Okay, testing 1, 2, 5, 7, 8, 9, a million. Get this going. And did the thing from over here, and don't put the ID in. Audio test completed. What? No. Yeah. Audio test completed. Put that in here. Description. Okay. Okay, so I'll do this too. Join. G plus message. No? I guess not. G plus. All right, that looks good. Go back here. I can see the chat. Is it moving? Yeah, okay, still moving. All right, everything's up and going. Thank you, everybody. All right, so working again. That's good, right? Everybody happy to hear that kind of personal stuff, right? I see. I should post this up. What I do is I write a lot of stuff on the 3x5 cards, not just for YouTube, but all kinds of things, meetings, stuff like that. Passwords, when I have them there, I might make a copy, put them, websites. That was a website. So what else do we have going on? I got a bunch of cards I got to go through. I was thinking one thing I could do is go through them here. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, hello, everybody. So it is the era of Trump. You know what would be funny is if they do the recount in those 3 states and Hillary would have to win all 3 recounts. What would be great is if they found some rigging, evidence of rigging, redid it, she wins. And then we'd be like, ha ha, your way of life has been rejected by the people. For sure, that's what we do. So let's see, what are all these cards? These are old video cards, some of them. This is the one about government not being real. It's an illusion. It's a neurosemantical illusion that we believe in because of the words we use to talk about government. And that was that thing about there really isn't a public organization that runs the U.S. on behalf of the public. It's, there's public here that's illegal. Is the government representing them? No. The government, like all organizations, is exclusionary of some and is therefore private to those it doesn't exclude. So the government already is a private organization. Yay! Minarchists win. Let's see what else. the cleaning the house thing where people say, oh, you shouldn't be feminist, you should be humanitarian. But it's like, well, if I'm going to clean my house, you can't tell me, don't clean the kitchen, clean the house. When I'm cleaning the kitchen, I'm cleaning the house. Sometimes you focus. Now, people want to destroy the system. We need to evolve the system. Nuclear power, way of the future. You need to address the safety. That's addressed by using a liquid, not a solid fuel. And the fuel itself is practically free. Like a lifetime supply of thorium for a person would cost like $100 right now to extract. However, there's so much radioactive waste to burn that it'd be a century before we ran out of that, and even longer if our use of energy didn't go up. But obviously, with cheap energy, our use of energy would probably go up. People want help. Is that a problem? Snowflakes. Their feelings of people that are being accused of stuff, right? People, well, how dare you call every man maybe a rapist? Blacks are maybe criminals, though. Yeah, statistics. So I think that's might have elected Trump, but it's also going to blow back in their face. Innuendo Studio. I don't know what I was thinking there. I'm starting to get the idea that there's gaps in my memory, whether I drink or not. Compromise. See, my whole political life, I've had my positions, but I've also tried to find people I disagreed with and compromise and work out where's the middle ground. What can we do together? A disassociation. How can people that all disagree work together? Democracy is an answer saying that that's possible. Is it really possible? Do we have to have conformity in order to have a decent society? Because I don't want that. I want a heterogeneous society. So, when I was political blogging and podcasting, I started a blog and podcast with a liberal and a conservative, and I produced it. And it's not hard finding people that want to work on stuff like that, but there's not really a market for it. Nobody wants to compromise out there in the bulk of people, which is why I say, let's just split it up then. Fine. Let's just split it up. Anything goes in art. Don't compromise on the future. No, compromise on the future, equal. Anything goes in art. Is it impossible? The wings of flies. Wings of flies. When I first met a kid that was like, I think it was actually an adult told me when I was a kid that they tortured flies, like pull wings off flies. And I was baffled by that. Still am. Do the kids still do shit like that? It's crazy. How could you? Art keeps you honest. Ooh, blank cards. That's good. Reclaim the blank ones. House of Fools. That's a book I was supposed to read, I think. Oh, the SJW have been defeated. But in reality, we only lose later when we see what happens. What is the effect on political involvement? Are anti-SJWs really anti-protest? Because they seem to be starting to want to do that themselves, right? The Breitbart thing is going and getting in people's face. So I don't think we should be hopeful about Trump. I do think he's not like the rest of the Republicans, so we shouldn't assume too much. But by not assuming he's like a Republican, we shouldn't not assume it's going to be bad. It's okay. It's not an assumption to assume it's going to be bad. It's not really an assumption. There's evidence it'll be bad. What kind of badness? Well, that's up in the air, and there might be opportunities in there for us to accomplish something from the shakeup or whatever. He might be willing to go in a direction that we can go in. So we're still here. Why did Anita Sarkeesian get a platform? Thunderfoot. My notes are crazy. Right. Quintica was complaining he wasn't allowed to attack Anita as an individual. Well, one, I think you can, and two, I think I asked that you would do that rather than try to put everybody in one big group and then choose one of the people and say, look, you represent all of them. Ha ha on you. Ha ha on you guys too. Don't like that. Yeah, I was noticing that it's the anti-SJWs that uh, are the ones that say all men are capable of rape, right? Because it's just bioevolution. So they believe some of the ideas that feminists are going, hey, face that you believe in. They're like, we don't believe that. And besides, we should be able to. It's natural. Quintica said Anita Sarkeesian's not an actual feminist. That seems like a concession. I never said she wasn't an actual feminist. I just said she's kind of low watt. Like the stuff she has to tell people, anybody should know that stuff. It shouldn't come as a surprise. But see, we've been telling them things and they've been bouncing off, so they're ignoring things. So you could tell them things from 50 years ago and they'll be like, no, denial, which makes like a place for that act. Remember another video earlier today, I was saying, hey, as an activist, you need to know where to go, look for an event to pipe up on. And the obtuse density of gamers in having narrative structure described to them, the patterns and narrative structures, um, that's like a place. It's like easy. It's like they're easy to troll, basically, the gaming community. Hey, rape isn't a good thing to pretend. Um, so Anita is trolling you guys. Give Trump a chance. I will, to hang himself. Trump gets the same chance Obama got from Trump. When he leaves, I'll go, oh, what a nice fellow, maybe. And meanwhile, he'll be like, I don't think he's American. I think he's a mobster. I think he's a Manchurian candidate from Russia. You have to have proof, at least as good as the proof that Hillary killed Vince Foster and dragged him to the park. My faith in democracy is that it has a lot of loose gears, and if you break it, then we go in and fix those gears. So I think we can handle it. People do need to watch out, and we should hopefully temper our desire to take part in civil unrest, because that isn't a good thing. Civil unrest gets worse and worse, then you just warlords have the chance to take over. If you decay through too much civil unrest, you for sure don't get, you might have a warlord that talks nice, but it'll be a warlord system in the end when he or she, probably he, reestablishes some sort of civil order. So we don't want to let there be too much civil unrest. We need to remember the difference between uh, taking part in violent riots and nonviolent civil disobedience. So I don't need that anymore. So those are my cards. Drag them to the park. All right. So as far as I know, everything's working. Oh, hey, Kiras, you like Macaulay? Oh, so suddenly, Kiras, you do believe in rape culture? I thought it wasn't possibly a thing. Yeah, if it's convenient to you. It's just like people are concerned of pay for play, but I'm really not seeing those people be that concerned about, um, uh, Trump's corruption, or these stories that are coming out about Trump, because it doesn't really matter. I don't know really what fucking does matter to everybody. Some sort of a vibe they're feeling from their religious pineal gland or something. It just feels like the right thing. So yeah, just come into the room. I published it. I'm pretty sure. I'm finishing up writing a README. Uses dot notation to get properties. What are you? There we go. So now I've got to check this in. What you do is you say git add readme, and then you got to git commit -a added readme, and then control X Y, and then I got to git push origin master. Of course, you know you want to do that, and then I got to type. I'm not going to tell you what my password is or my username. Can't tell from the sound of the keyboard, right? And then boom, then I go over to GitHub. And I'm like, hey, GitHub, what's up now? And it worked. All right, so I don't really know what to say as far as waiting for the conversation. Hey, you are in there. I wasn't looking at that screen. How long you been here? Oh no, I click here. I hate software where you have to click on things. It's stupid. It should all be command line. Hey, Napalm, you there? Are you away from keyboard? How long you been there? Oh, I see. So, oh God, it's like often I could make an hour-long video waiting for you guys to come in. However, not always in the mood, but I mean often. But the thing is, there's just too much. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. The liberals that are hopeful of Trump, or
yeah, that's dumb. You know what? The left was in Germany when Hitler took power. They were like, the Nazis will mellow out. They'll be cool.
Yeah, they'll get moderated.
Once they're in power, they'll realize, like, you got to keep the power.
So are we? I don't go on Facebook, but I have the account. I've had to fight on Facebook
with like the dissent stuff. That's when I came in. Was when you were talking about, we can't be. The trick with good civil unrest is you got to trick the other side into being the violent thugs, like the civil rights movement did.
Well, I mean, sadly, that's the way it's been done with agent provocateurs, right? Like, and the police do this. There's a lot of evidence that even regular local police, but certainly the FBI and stuff, have been known. You send people into the crowd, and at one point, when you're going to go arrest them, you put some people in the crowd to throw the first rocks from the crowd's direction. Then boom, the papers, have nothing to do but praise you.
The civil unrest isn't going to do it, so it doesn't really matter. Those kind of fake revolutions are just that fake. Come on, Newark, I watched it. Newark burned. Okay.
No, you might not be hearing me. I'm saying that's the worst.
Whole cities burned down. I mean, civil unrest doesn't mean anything. They drop bombs on.
A lot of like authority.
They'll drone them. they'll just be like ISIS or something. So they're not gonna. It's not gonna be an issue. Okay, it's just not. I mean,
well, no, but you didn't hear what I was saying. I'm saying
they don't use
we don't
anymore on protesters. You know, they use like tear gas and non-lethal stuff.
Gary, what I was
less
saying,
lethal.
What I was saying is we can't expect Trump to be anything other than what it looks like and what every other that's schools that teach death squads for South America and stuff. So we got to fight him. On the other hand, don't take part in civil unrest that's of the violent nature, because what happens is if that goes far enough, you for sure get a situation where the warlord and the biggest asshole with the biggest gun and henchmen
not going to get to that
puts
point. What's the point? You're talking about like the whole country's going to have warlords driving around in pickup trucks. That ain't going to fucking happen.
No.
I mean, look,
I just told you what I was talking about. I was saying you got to fight him, but I'm making the distinction. It's not civil unrest because that plays into their hands. You got what I'm saying now? I'm not saying it's going to happen.
I don't really get it. I don't get what you're talking about because I don't see how it's relevant to any kind of protest.
So you don't think the idea that there might be violent protests, violent people on both sides, is a realistic possibility?
No, I think that's a realistic possibility, and be just like every other violent protest in history, it'll be forgotten in 10 minutes.
So it makes sense when I'm saying don't take part in that.
The city will burn down. Well, I don't know. I don't know whether it's good or bad. I don't know whether it was good or bad that Newark burned down. I don't know whether it was good or bad that the cops dropped grenades on people in Philadelphia.
When was that? 70s?
Yeah. Well, 60s.
It's remote to me because I read about it, but I was
bombing that Philadelphia neighborhood.
The Philadelphia thing happened in the 80s. Yeah, that was the 80s. So yeah, I'm just saying there's all kinds of precedent for the whole the whole cop and robber thing that happens, or whatever, cowboy and Indian. And I'm just saying it's just like the Cowboys and Indian. It'll be a forgotten story in 3 weeks. Everybody.
Well, I'm saying it's worse than forgotten because when you got these right-wing guys in power, it gives them the excuse for them to jam down twice as hard.
It's just a pendulum swing is all I'm saying. So it doesn't matter. This isn't progress. This will just be the same. Like, let's distract them. Let's distract them with the war. Okay. That's the game. The liberals keep falling into the game. Okay. They just keep playing stupid tug of war that the rich keep playing. And they're just laughing at us. Okay. Oh, look, they marched on Wall Street and they did this and they did that. They're such lame little, dickless wonders. Who cares? So I'm just saying, I don't give a fuck. Obviously, I have no interest in protesters or turning cars over or burning shit down because, until the real war, it's useless bullshit.
You know what? Speaking of that, speaking of liberals,
right? You don't like even peaceful protests. You think is pointless.
Yeah, I think it's bullshit. That's right. I think these assholes protesting the pipeline are just falling right into the hands again. Oh yeah, make this the subject. Like, well, if we win this battle, we won something. You didn't win shit.
Like the fuckers who are saying, like, if you talk about class, that means you don't care about women and black people? Like, they think class is a separate issue from sexism and racism, and it's like, no, class is the underlying issue here.
Well, this is an old argument on the left, and see, Marx said that all that shit was really economic, and so then this is a true problem on the left, is the identity politics thing, which I've realized, because I said this even before, when I thought Hillary was going to win, but about, we're all being fucking oppressed, including us white men. In my experience, activists that I have worked with on all the various kinds, they've acknowledged that. None of them have ever done, have ever been like, no, because you're the controller. But there obviously is a bunch of people that feel that way, and I see it as this division between identity politics, which allows people to be grouped, and the liberalism that believes people are individuals. Don't group them. We're not saying most men don't like football, but the one that wants to wear dresses and play with dolls, let him.
I don't even like your mixture of these subjects, like as if feminism is about anti-war and all this other kind of crap. I don't really get this whole mixed.
Well, when I was at anti-war protests,
I know, who cares?
The feminists were there.
Who cares? It doesn't mean that feminism is right. It just, it has nothing. The subjects have nothing to do with each other. And it doesn't even have anything.
Well, it's a matter of definition. I don't know. You're grouping people as feminism is when there's something unfair for women and you work for that.
Well, no, it doesn't have anything to do with whether men have some sort of issues or not. Okay, I mean, go take care of the issues. The issues are the.
Well, let me put it this way. I said, hey, white men are oppressed. Why? Because most of everybody is oppressed, because look at the economic system. It's unfair to at least
No, I just
90%
don't
of it.
see any logic.
And people were like, did you really just say that? Har, har, har. And so that's what I'm talking about. It is true.
Yeah, I know. I don't get what you're talking about. That's my whole argument.
You don't think that, you
I
don't
don't
think
I don't see the
white
point.
men are oppressed?
If I'm trying to free the slaves, I don't think there's any point in talking about how, well, white people have become dependent on them and their lives are all dependent and they're weak and they need help.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's white men that are working in the fucking coal mines, getting black lung.
So what?
So they're as oppressed as all the rest of the people. Everybody but the rich is depressed. That's what I'm saying, you fucking moron.
They're not oppressed because of a bigotry because they're men. I mean, fuck.
It doesn't matter what the reason is. The point is that they get fucked over daily.
Yes, it does. It matters because
no, it doesn't. See, you fall for that identity politics stuff.
Are just as fucking oppressed. So it doesn't make any sense to use men to make an argument that somehow men, white males,
well, you're a moron. It's everyone, and that includes men. I said that 80 times.
There's no point in making every subject because every subject isn't every subject.
There's the one subject is the wealthy are manipulating the system where there's plenty of wealth for people to not starve to death, but they starve to death because that's the way they have it rigged. And most people are not in on the benefits of that game. It's very generous to say 10% are. Sometimes Gary just comes in this fugue state of there's an argument of blah, 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 blah. There won't be any civil unrest, whatever. And it's like, could you just wait long enough for me to explain the first half of the sentence that, it's like, whatever. Things that aren't controlled aren't controlled. Things that
you weren't saying that, like, the white guys who are coal miners are oppressed because they're men. You were saying they're oppressed because they're poor.
They're oppressed. Okay, yes. But it also doesn't really matter. The point is, if you're oppressed, you feel screwed because you are screwed. And then if people do identity politics and say, well, the reason we're screwed is because of this category and you wore the wrong color cap, that's not really why people screw each other. They screw each other because the wealthy have a gimmick where they screw a bunch of poor people and take the productivity from those people into their own personal wealth without letting them have a living wage as a result. Guess what? It's not because you were black. It was because you're a woman. They'll use whatever. They're just going to do that.
Other things like, it's like, oh, it's Chinese. Like, if they didn't work so cheap, we wouldn't take our businesses over there.
Or like,
it's their fault.
Prisoners, ex-cons don't get to work for very high wages generally. And it's like, why is that company, that construction company, taking advantage of those guys? Oh, they hate ex-cons, and that's why. No, it's because since society says you weren't rehabilitated, you don't get a very big wage. They're taking advantage of that. If society says, oh, you're black, and so you can only do menial labor, so you can't get a high wage job, they'll take advantage of that. You're Chinese.
That is the biggest, most glaring fault with our criminal justice system is we do not see it as rehabilitation. We're just like, you're a bad person, you need to be locked away.
Yeah, but in this case, it's also just like any other where you group people together.
Like anybody who gets out of prison, it should be like, okay, they are rehabilitated. They didn't get in any fights. They were a model prisoner. They did their time. Prison is going to prison is basically the equivalent of being sorry, in my opinion. Like, you did your time, you paid your dues. Like, nobody should hassle you from that point.
Yeah, no, and if regular society isn't willing to give you another chance, that's one of the reasons that our welfare system should be a job program where people like that are like, hey, we're the government. You checked off rehabilitated. Until you do it again, we'll give you a chance and you can come in and get your jobs out of this job force that's more socially oriented. But the real issue,
for example, like Michael Vick, when he went to prison and then he got out and everybody was like, you gotta apologize for what you did. It's like, I love animals. Like, what he did was fucked up, but at the same time, I'm like, he went to prison. He did his time. Like,
yeah, he went to prison for something mostly people don't go to prison for. And it's a lot like, and I'm totally against dogfighting and all that. So it's disgusting. On the other hand, it's a lot like Martha Stewart. Like,
yeah, Martha Stewart did her time.
Somebody just sent her to jail to take the, heat off of Madoff. It was totally ridiculous. Not that she didn't do the crime, not that it shouldn't be a crime, not that you shouldn't have to do a year in a cushy prison or something. I don't know, maybe, but it still was unfair because obviously their it's actually where your celebrity 1 in 100 times works against you, and people behind the scenes even more powerful than you can, let you be the sacrificial goat or the fall guy, I guess. But
even then, like, Michael Vick got more fucked than Martha Stewart did. Like, she bounced back. Like,
what happened with Vick? Didn't he get a job in the NFL? Isn't he running around?
He's still like, he's like more of a journeyman now, but he was like a star. And then, like, when the whole dogfight and stuff happened,
but that would just happen because he got off his game. Because if it was good again, I imagine, he gets his chance. On the other hand, it's like with Ali or something.
Being in prison definitely hurt him.
Yeah, it throws you off your game, your motivation.
Like a quarterback, because he was a quarterback with speed. Like, so he could throw the ball and run it. So when he went to prison, he bulked up more and he became a lot slower. So, like, he could still throw the ball good, but he couldn't do that running anymore.
You follow
so,
football?
Like, he kind of lost his speciality, and he just became, like, another quarterback.
Do you follow football at all?
Yeah, on and off.
I haven't for, like,
I stopped watching
years.
in 2009 full-time, though, because, like, I'm a New York Giants fan, and when they beat the fucking Patriots, I'm like, I'm never going to see a fucking game this good and this satisfying ever again.
Man, the Cheatriots, and that Brady's a Trump supporter. What a fucker. The Cheatriots. Oh, I can't say shit. It's up here. You gotta watch your tongue.
This day, every day, Pyrrho. Every time I see, like, a picture from, like, a third world nation, and you see some kid in the background with, like, 16-0 Patriots gear on, I'm like, ha ha! That's what the NFL had to do with that shit.
That's funny.
Because the Giants killed a dream.
So I haven't been watching football, but I always did like it. I think it's a great sport. It's got a corrupt culture and whatever. But
it's really hurting this year.
DirecTV.
Well, NFL's hurting this year.
Well, here's why it's good for me right now. It's because I got DirecTV, so I got and the package had the thing which I wouldn't pay for otherwise, so I can watch all the games. I stopped watching football because I'm a Raiders fan, and it got so sad, and I was just waiting for Al Davis to die. Then I got this package, so I've been watching them, and they're fucking kicking ass, and they look like the old Raiders and a big young team, and so it's been pretty good.
NFL's
On the other hand,
this year, because, like, one, you have, like, the problem with, CTE and that shit, because a lot of college football players now, they're retiring.
I'm telling you, the parents
after college now.
The parents are already not sending their kids into football, so it's going to kill the sport. They need to figure that out. And one of my weird ideas is, well, maybe if you
also, what's really hurting the NFL right now is they don't have any stars. Like, Tom Brady is it pretty, like, yeah, they still have, like, fucking Ben.
Oh, you mean like they don't have any Michael Jordans that are on the Today Show every day and everybody?
Yeah, they don't have any Michael Jordan. Because, remember in the 90s, there used to be, like, you could name, like, even a casual fan could name, like, 3 players on, like, the biggest teams.
That's an interesting
Like, now
point.
it's like, name somebody on the fucking Cowboys, and, like, most people would struggle to name 2.
It probably is Brady. It's like the only one that has that kind of name recognition.
Yeah, Brady's like the only star. Like, Rosenberg, everybody fucking hates him because he's a fuck. Yeah, he's an asshole and a rapist.
But this toll that it takes on our kids and stuff is going to hurt the sport. I have my idea, my ironic or non-intuitive is maybe I don't think you can make more padding or anything, because that's like why it turns out UFC is better for you than boxing.
I don't know if you saw it, but like,
so wait, what if we go back to Australian rules, leather helmets, and the guys just don't hit each other as hard anymore, because that's how it is.
Some students have supposedly invented a new helmet system that will get rid of concussions, and basically what it is have you seen X-Men 3? Do you remember what the Juggernaut looked like in X-Men 3? It's basically
Vaguely.
that. It's so the chest plate and the helmet are one piece.
So it can rattle the.
And I'm like, that's never gonna fly, because you can't turn your neck. Like, why would they replace that? Like, it's
well. See, to me, I think that's why I think removing the thing is, I do think the football culture has problems, but I do think that it's a great sport because there's like a chess aspect. The coach is actually out there playing because they stop.
Yeah, like he might not get as hard of hits.
What other sport has an intellectual side and a brutal gladiator side? So I don't want to lose it, but I don't think you can do it with better padding. I think you need to go back to
definitely have a longer shelf life if you have it, because yeah, like in rugby and shit, like you can say that sport's technically more brutal and shit, but at the same time, like they try not to hit as hard because they're like,
well, because guys, yeah, no, exactly. You put that right when you put those stuff on, guys can take those hard hits. The problem is they add up. But when you don't have all that padding, then some of those severe hits are just not things you're going to do because every one of them would be a disaster for you and the other guy.
Cocky, they get a little more bold.
When you do have some psychotic schizoid guy out there that's just like going to hurt himself and everyone else, well, you do have refs for certain kinds of hits. I mean, and the fact is, it turns out breaking your arm because of no pads is better than.
Anyway. And maybe he's going to take a dive, like he's going to take a head dive to the field zone, the field goal. I mean, the end zone. Yeah. I'm really high right now, but like, yeah, like, and maybe he wouldn't take that dive if he didn't have pads. So he's like, oh fuck it, I'll land on my helmet. Then like that'd be cool, like landing on my helmet. That's what helmets are for. It's like, no, that's even worse.
We need to get the sports guy back into deciding how to do it carefully, or else probably we're just going to lose football. It'll be professional flag football in 20 years or something silly. We'll be old and we'll go, when I was young, we fucking.
Because again, that's why I think college football is doing better this year than NFL is because like there are stars there, and like they're playing. Because a lot of those kids are like, yeah.
So wait, I want to talk about this oppression of the white guy thing. I do think that the white guys, besides just happen to being oppressed because everybody pretty much is, I think there is also developing because you're a white guy. Like, you have it easy because, and it's like, no, I'm losing my job to NAFTA. And so there is becoming, because you're an old white guy. I mean, I had liberals, and God bless them, they wanted to vote for Bernie in the end. But their first reaction was, I don't know about voting for an old white guy. You know, all these people that really are, isn't it nice to be voting for an African-American Muslim or something? It's like, no, not really.
If he's a white guy.
We're trying to get beyond that. Right.
If Hillary Clinton was saying the shit that Bernie was saying, I'd be like, yes, let's vote for Hillary Clinton.
Well, that's what I'm saying. God bless the liberals and progressives because they did get behind Bernie because it's about ideas. But there is a built-up thing where, come on.
Fucking Jason Voorhees saying that shit, and I'd still be like, you know what? He's a better candidate than the other people.
Well, I think with the 4 years that Trump's, I think with the 4 years that Trump is here, that one thing that we should do is deal with this. The fact that, look, we white guys, we don't want to be the pariahs either. I'm not trying to support everybody's rights so you can stab me in the back and then little boys like they're oppressors when they're not from 100 years ago, motherfucker. They never got those advantages. Shut up. They don't have to pay the price of 1,000 years ago who was king. So, you know, I think if we have 4 years to work on that, because it is a real thing and it's on the liberal side that they have it.
No, Bulbasaur Jones. Pyrrho's not saying like all white men are oppressed. He's saying that like white man can be oppressed because of class and stuff.
Well, in every individual case is every individual case. But I believe in an economic oppression, Bulbasaur. And yeah, that is a majority of the people, including majority of the white men, the Asian men, the Asian women, everybody. Every type of person except for filthy rich. People,
well, not just black people, but people of color and women, like, yeah, they probably get fucked more, like, on average, but, like,
I was likening that to the different
white guys are getting fucked too. They might not
yes.
be taking as many dicks, but like they're still taking some dicks.
Yeah, no, and the thing is, I liken it to like different kinds of slaves on the plantation. It's easy to, you know, you're a field slave. It looks like it's pretty good life to be the house slave. You're a house slave. It looks like a pretty good life to be the head butler slave. It's, you know, there's still pecking order and envy among types of slave. But the progressive thing of activism is that we're supposed to all end slavery together, and then none of us are slaves. That's the idea. So I have not made a big point in my liberal activism to point out, oh, white man too, because I don't have to. If I'm going to a labor movement action, it's a labor movement, and we don't go, oh, remember, white guys have a hard too. Boys, the patriarchy's hard on boys too, because we were focusing on some other problems. But if it's going to swing past the point of where, look, we're all getting fucked. Now, it's true that I might get away with waving a gun around on a schizophrenic a cocaine binge and not get shot, and an African American man might do that and get shot. Okay, so that's one of the
like, you'll still get fucked on like eminent domain. If the banks and the government roll in, they're like, we need your house for a highway.
If I'm on Mississippi on meth, there is no job. I gave up on that, so now I'm on meth and some sort of public assistance. I'm getting fucked just like everybody else. The fact that I could drive somewhere and not get pulled over for being black, it's not exactly the same as the kind of privilege. Well, let me put it this way. You can't blame, it's as if some people do want to blame every white man for being Mitt Romney, like we're all ruling class. I'm sorry, we need to get back to the economic terminology. The ruling class, woman, white, black, Asian, Indian, that's one class. And then the people that are having to work to keep their, you know, to not starve and to have health care.
I don't think we are Bulbasaur Jones. I think it's more like, look, like there is an overarching banner of the oppressed, but like it's not. It's there's multiple things there. There's like the poor backwoods redneck fucking whites, the barely hanging on working 2 jobs whites, the blacks, the fucking like etc.
So here's the thing, Bulbasaur, that's where he's wrong. They divide us by making us think we have to fight each other for the best slave jobs. All right, so it's not fair to point out a group of people and say they're not really oppressed because they're not as oppressed as bad as the other people that are really oppressed more. Because you could take all of the African Americans in the United States and they're buying fucking stuff from Nike too, and the people in Bangladesh are way more oppressed than them as a result. So it just goes around and around like that. There's no benefit to that game. We are all being oppressed and ripped off by basically the bankers because they've controlled all of the money.
You could constantly play like who is the most oppressed until you get to like, oh, well, there's this some random tribe. And
why is it so important?
And their land got taken away.
Bulbasaur says, if white males are oppressing other white males, you can't say that white males are being oppressed on the basis of them being white. Well, first of all, you actually could, psychology. But the point is, why would we be focusing on the basis of them being? The basis of oppression is, you're my slave. I want to make as much money off your work as you make.
Haves versus have-nots.
To get money. That's why people are being oppressed, is to get money. All the other oppression and people calling each other names, that's a big smoke screen.
Plus, I don't think we're saying like these white people are being oppressed because they're white. They're being oppressed because they're shitty fucking circumstances. Like some asshole redneck in the boonies is in the same financial situation as like a black family in like the inner city broken down ghettos of Detroit.
All oppression is really economic. That's my wing of liberalism.
Both of their problems come from the same source of they have nothing.
Right. And so then there's this other thing about racism where you can be a wealthy Harvard professor and people call the cops to your house because they see a black man in it, That is a whole extra
wing.
That's a whole extra wing. That I don't suffer that. That shows there's something more. It's an important thing, but we shouldn't pretend that that's the primary core of politics. The day-to-day thing is that that black guy with an always $20 or $100 in his wallet, he slips through life without a bunch of the bullshit that the poor have to deal with.
That, like, I've vowed myself after this election to learn more about, because it's always just been kind of boring to me, but I'm seeing how more and more important it is to politics is economics.
Well, that's the Marxist thing, and this is one of the things that slowed it down in liberalism. But you could see it in Bernie, how when the Black Lives Matter first challenged Bernie, where people were going, see, he never talks about it. He never talks about it. Right. Because a lot of us, I think, in this deep economic and peace activism, liberalism, we believe this principle, not because we're Marxists, so some of us are, but that it's all really economic. And racism itself is invented by ruling classes to keep all the slaves at each other's throats, right? Then you could give the Portuguese peasants in your plantation, the boss jobs, because they're the minority. You could set up these tensions. That's it. The real story is entirely economic, and it's obvious. Yeah, follow the money. It's always follow the money.
Because that's their game. That's the game of, like, the fuckers who have the money. Because again, it's not always some white fucker sitting on top of the fucking gold pile. Sometimes it's a Muslim dude. Sometimes it's a guy in South America. Sometimes it's some fucking guy in Africa. Sometimes it's like the Communist Party of China. Like,
yeah, no, if a family owns a local motel, they bought it with their money, whatever, however they bought that, and they, employ everybody at minimum wage, which isn't really enough to have a good handyman, so they got a lot of turnover there, and if they're an Indian family, or they're a Jewish family, or they're some WASP family, what do you think the difference is when they're posting pictures of their Maserati on Facebook? Do you think it really is racial? If they were your race, would it matter? No, they want you to do $50 an hour of work and pay you $7. That's it. Yeah. And the thing is, though, that it plays really well, this racial division, because you can say things like, well, that's all a Portuguese is worth. That's all a Filipino should, And so it makes it easier, your excuse of why, because really you're just trying to keep their self-esteem down so that they could be really proud, but they have to be realistic, and they know, well,
also, when they get mad at the wrong people.
Exactly. They get mad at the white guy that's going to get $7 and they didn't get the job.
That's why I think Trump is. That's why I think Trump on some level is regretting being president, because it's like he gets all the blame. Like, he's gonna get all the blame, just like Obama did.
It'll be fascinating, because one thing it's good in quotes about Trump, not good, but I mean, there is something genuine about it. No more genuine than reality TV, but that's more genuine than some kinds of TV. So is this fact that he might actually care what people think about him.
Yeah, he does. Like, look at how he's.
You got to know these cold-hearted bastards. These cold-hearted bastards don't really care. Hillary doesn't really care. Obama doesn't really care. They care enough to try to get you to like him. They care because of the statistic that history will record. But in the end, they don't really care.
Also with Obama too, like, have you ever seen those pictures of him, like, reading books to kids? Like, he's reading The Headless Horseman, he's got his head tucked in his shirt. It's like, Obama just seems like a great dude. Like,
I'm biased about Obama.
He'd be like an awesome teacher.
Yeah, I'm biased because, as I said that about Obama, I'm still in the spell. I think he does like people. I still think he's a shitty liberal, but as a reasonably, centrist for America person, he does seem like a good guy. I think he probably does care about how the country, like that beer summit thing, when when the professor I was talking about, they busted him. That's when they had the beer summit. He had the cop and the professor together at the White House, and they had a beer. I thought that's really cool. If the country would have just gotten in on that kind of shit, we could have smoothed this all out. They act like he created more divisions, but I thought, no, he was willing to do that, but you weren't able to.
Chit chat. Let's have a dialogue.
Yeah. So I guess the main basis here is not whether it's for being white or not, though I think that is developing. I think on the left there's a little bit, oh, well, blah, blah, blah. I'd run into it every once in a while now. Maybe I'm thinking maybe it's growing a little out of hand. But the real issue is just that if people are in an oppressed situation where they're getting fucked, like you were saying, then that's it. That's the whole thing. Figuring out why, whether it's where they were born or this or they lisp or whatever the reason is important. We should look into the reason. But the first thing, we already know enough. They're getting screwed. In a democracy, when it comes time to vote, they're going to vote like people that are getting screwed. Whoever you tell them or they believe are really in power, that's who they're going to think is screwing them.
Yeah, like so, I've been having that argument with a lot of people now, where they blame the Democrats for everything over the last like 8 years. It's like the Republicans have been in control for the last 6 years of both houses. Like it's their fault mostly.
Do you think there's any chance that Obama will pardon Hillary preemptively, and what would you think if he did that?
I can see that, but at the same, like, I think that like, because Trump's like now openly admitting it that like, yeah, we're not gonna prosecute Hillary.
Well, but it's not up to him though. It's not up just to him, right? So
yeah, true.
There's no reason to defensively do it because of Trump. True. Well, I don't think it would really happen, but it reminds me of Ed Meese, I believe it was, or maybe it was Casper Weinberger, got pardoned for Iran-Contra preemptively before he'd been charged. And I'm like, you shouldn't be able to pardon people before they're even charged. I don't think you can, actually. That's just the kind of thing where they look the other way and go, okay, fine. But so it's kind of like that. But if they do that, if they did something like that, I will never vote for Democrat again. I don't care if it's my personal savior, Jesus, that running as a Democrat. People need to go into the courts because I think that if they do prosecute her, she'd get off. I believe the kind of corruption she has is the legal kind, more or less, and it should go to trial. I'm tired of why would we want to do things outside of the trial? And the only ramification is of pardoning somebody that should go to trial is fuck them. They're an evil organization like the fucking Masons. They can't be trusted anymore. So I do understand where the Trump voters come from in that sense. I am so sick of it's Bill Clinton wrecked the Democratic Party. We would have been better off running Carter's and McGovern's and Sanders when he was young and Jerry Brown, even if they lost, because how much more lost can you be right now than what's going on? You have one of the most popular presidents, and yet they don't have the Congress. They didn't get it back. They couldn't get a person that was thought to be a continuation of his. I mean, that's just such fail on every level. And it's because they cooperate. They do, like Comey. They put a Republican in charge of the FBI to show how middle of the road they are. And what's the thanks they get? Stabs them in the back. Oh, how stupid. Like the cuck thing. There's some truth to the way the Democrats work. It's kind of like, fuck my wife. It's a little annoying.
Sorry, I had to let the dog out.
Dogs. I got a puppy. She's crazy. She brings the ball forever. She chews the fuck out of everything. She's eating about 5 pairs of glasses.
Toys because they just immediately tear them up the first day, and it's like, well, I guess that was a waste. Oh wait, now she wants back in.
Gary, you jerk. You should come back in. What was your fucking problem? I only called you a moron because you were out on the loose limbs. You were being a moron. It's not my fault. I'm trying to help you. So, you know, one thing too is this whole vlogging thing and like, hey, Napalm's making videos because, you know, it's that bad, man. And I'm,
yeah, I want to make.
But here's the thing, for real. I don't want to be opportunistic, but this is a chance for us to add ourselves to independent media. All we need is to get our act together and do it on a particular day. Somebody actually does some editing. You know what I mean? Independent media, man.
Like Napalm's Corner. It's just like, this fucking twist my tits. Castro dying. What the fuck?
Well, like all the little pieces. We make these videos. We have this conversation. It's not marketable because we're not trying. I don't want to. But if with the little work, you know, you could turn that into something that can be messaged, and I think the country needs it. People are going to want it. The existing Young Turks and David Pakmans, they're doing great. They're getting more subscriptions than ever because people do resort to interpersonal communication, which is a silver fucking lining, right? Because, and I believe this in all my heart, that even the fucking white supremacists and like, conservatives getting together, that's good.
There's one thing Trump was right about during his entire campaign. It was that the fucking the news channels, they're fucking shit.
You know what makes me sick right now?
I'll be honest with you, Pyrrho. The only one I watch now is fucking C-SPAN, because that's just straight fucking, just a straight feed.
Yeah, you know, I've been watching them more than normal, the Fox and, you know, and the CNN and stuff because of the election. But here's the thing, you know what? I don't understand. CNN literally is not covering the DAPL. And the thing is, let's say that the protesters are like fucking terrorists. They're totally in the wrong, trespassing, robber, arsonists. That's news. If there's a big gang of thousands of people doing gang stuff, that's news. You can't tell me that's not news because they're wrong. That makes it even more news. And if they're not entirely wrong or whatever, it's fucking news. And they just don't talk about it because of who they're owned by. I mean, it's gotten really crazy how much they're controlling that. Of course, you got the internet, so it's the viewers' fault if they don't know. I think those people still know from their Yahoo, Facebook newsfeed.
When you brought up convicts, ex-convicts and shit, that reminded me of this. And nobody's talking about this. The largest fucking labor strike in the U.S. has been going on for like 3 months now. A bunch of prisoners across like state, federal, private, government-owned fucking prisons and shit have just said, we're not working anymore. Fuck you, just lock us in our cells. Like, what else are we going to do?
Interesting. That's interesting because I didn't know that, because I will have to admit, I just went into MSNBC, Fox, some free speech TV, which has Democracy Now, which I always watch anyway. And as a result, I got really news starved, because even Democracy Now, which covers a lot of stuff, they've been focusing so much on the Dakota pipeline, just I think to compensate.
I know all this. There was this lady, this activist I started following because of the Ferguson thing, and she posts like everything that is going on.
Yeah. Who?
Like, she's just let me grab her name. It's Heather.
Now, usually I do pretty good. I got a bunch of sources.
She's normally a disability activist. Like, that's where she got her start.
Cool. Normally I'd keep up pretty good because basically there's the blogs. You can do headline scanning from blogs that then you can type in and get the news and then go back and read blogs if you really want to and stuff like that. But, you know, like I watched that Sam Cedar Majority Report thing, and that's an example of, he also says the same, you know, normally they are great. They get into real issues and stuff. But with this election, even people that believe the election is just a big show, we all fell for it this time with Trump.
NPR.
With Trump, but
NPR did like an interview with like one of the guys that's behind those fake news sites and shit, and he's like, and he said it without saying it, but he said, we tried to do this, like we tried to do like a liberal version of it, but like in the first 2 comments, and like the articles were getting no tread, but like when we started doing right-leaning stuff,
Here we go.
We got our moon.
Right. So here's the thing. That's because I think the liberals right now have felt the burn of it's too good to be true. Right? Like that document that showed what W was doing that turned out to be a forgery. That turned out to be a forgery. Right, that document, it's too good to be true. So we have a lot of ombudsmen, which is, double check your own dogma. So they don't have it, and it means that they can believe. I mean, like my mother-in-law was telling me, yeah, but Hillary killed 48 people. I mean, they can just get the lie out there. But here's the thing. Why do people learn not to go with that lie? Because it's too good to be true. Because after a while of just pretending it's true, and you have enough people pretending it's true that you get your way with it, you do get burned with those things. Eventually it turns out that the priests were raping the kids after all. And so that's the way we have to play it, is that if they're going to pretend their fantasy is reality, everything they make up is true, we need to figure out the way to jujitsu them and whack them back in the face with that, because it is by definition possible, right? Reality is still here. You need a good actor, you need a good gimmick, you need a good spokesman at the right place and right time, says the right thing to make a viral video. That's a trick, but it's got to be possible. That's what we've got to figure out. How can these assumptions they're making blow up in their face?
Someone who can think like one of those fuckers. Like, we need like our version of like a James O'Keefe, but he makes like shit where like be like, hey, I agree with this, and it's like secretly like a liberal message in there.
Yeah.
And it's like,
well, here's the thing. Actually, there's a little formula, Napalm, if you can figure it out. So the people think in metaphors. The problem with liberalism is we're trying to change how people think, and therefore you need new metaphors. It's very hard to make a new metaphor and have it stick. Sometimes a pop song will put it in, or a movie like The Matrix, boom, suddenly everybody understands the brain in a box idea that philosophers talked about for 1,000 years and nobody would get, and then one movie. But generally that's hard to do. Whereas the conservatives, they can rely on old things that people already know, like the princess is sweet, the mother is good, the whore is a slut but fun to spend time with. All of these things they already know, right? Scared of the outsider. These are metaphors. So they've got prepackaged metaphors that people recognize. The problem for us is we need like poets and rock stars and Jim Morrison, to invent every little turn of phrase that we need new.
That I will say, I am legitimately looking forward under Trump's administration. We are gonna get some great fucking like punk music again.
Right. Yeah.
There's gonna be
the underground.
Like, I'm kind of sad because it's like, I like the more dancey EMD music, but it's like that's gonna die off. That's gonna be replaced by the.
Well, nothing's gonna die off. Luckily now they all have a place. You got,
disco, but
Don't worry, you're not
gonna. It's gonna wane. It's gonna wane in popularity. It's gonna be more like a lot of angrier stuff. I look forward to that.
We're now in this poly underground culture where everything gets to live on, but as far as what gets surges,
music kind of.
I actually have an answer for this theory
too. Where it was in the '90s,
you like
in the late '90s, where it's like, this shit's way too happy. Like, where's the rage? Where's the anger? Where's the hate?
Yeah. Where do you like Janis Joplin, or at least appreciate her?
Yeah.
I call this what you're talking about. My Janis Joplin was from Texas law, right? The best people, or like another example is I've met people from the underground, kind of the artists or the counterculture people from Japan. So you have Japan where the reputation is everybody it's the older generations are really conformist and you commit suicide. They have the biggest suicide of students because they failed on a test. Yeah, but when you meet a counterculture person from Japan, they're incredibly complete. Yeah, they're like ninjas of it, and not meaning the Japanese side, and that's Janis Joplin. was a ninja because nobody appreciated her and she was still that way. A liberal person in California could just be going along with the flow and be a vanilla person, like whatever. They'd be fascist too if it was Nazi, the year was a Nazi year. Whereas to be liberal or whatever, or even just an artist going with the 60s and be from Texas, that takes a really strong kind of spirit. So with the Trump presidency, yeah, look for the artists that are out there to get appreciated more. And yeah, punk music, dark themes, apocalyptic science, satirical science fiction, underground comics. These things are going to breed some new geniuses. It's inevitable. It's only a consolation prize though, because control of the United States military and all of its material assets is also sort of significant. But it is going to happen, and it's something that we have to rely on. And I think we should try to take part of it a little bit. I mean, I think cynical, not we could use a new term, because I think there's here's a silver lining of Trump with all of these people that did vote for him, and I double checked, triple checked. It seems like, yeah, you got a bunch of Muslims. You got
because that's kind of, I think, part of the problem. I think cynicism
good for them
is part of the problem.
Good for for the Muslims that voted for Trump, for the Mexicans that voted for Trump. Good for them. You know what that means? That they're brave. That they said, it's just bullshit, man. Don't you watch it's just bullshit. He's going to do these other things. And I'm having a conservative relative say, do the same thing. Give him a chance. Well, I'm not going to give him a chance, but it could be true. I think it's a good thing if those people were breaking out of identity politics.
I have a problem with is like the South Park brand of cynicism, where it's like both sides are shit, so fuck it. Just whatever.
It's funny you should say that. That's what I always tell my stepson. Like the difference between the satire in Family Guy and the satire in South Park, where they're both fun and funny. The cynicism in South Park to me is a true nihilistic, like, fuck you, shut up. That's how I feel. So I can't really enjoy it. Whereas the cynicism in a Family Guy, it's like ultimately it's tender and sweet. By showing how the world is cold, in contrast, in kind of the negative, they show, look, it would be nice if the kid didn't kill the mother. But it's funny because is it true? But the South Park guys, it's funny too because their politics turned out to be like that. On the other hand, I think that kind of thing is
so like that brand of cynicism. I'm like, we need to leave that shit in like the fucking 90s. And
on the other hand, there's a positivism. There's a positivism to how that came about, and again, that was in a weird kind of
cynicism we need. We need like the Rick and Morty level of cynicism, where it's like
I started watching that. My stepson said I would like that.
Matter. Yeah. Oh yeah, Rick and Morty is the best. It's like my new favorite show.
Good. It is.
Wait for season 3.
Well, it's got another example of where the way the grandfather is so in contrast. The point obviously is like, it's better to not be this kind of a person. I mean, it's not like celebrating.
It's yeah,
it's funny because it's not true.
Show, but that doesn't mean he's like better than any. If anything, he's worse for it.
Yeah, it is good. Also, the whole sci-fi angle of it, I don't know, it's great. Plus, we need more of this where the kids
into like the later episodes of season 1, yeah, but like there's like a sweetness to its cynicism where it's like, yeah, ultimately nothing matters, but that doesn't mean you can't find happiness. And
what? Some of this
and purpose.
You know how we have these spoiled kids, and this is what some of the anti-SJW are complaining about, spoiled kids that get to go to Yale and then they want their safe space. That's totally a doing of the baby boomers. Before then, it was shut up, you're going to get smacked, don't bother anybody, kid. And then after the baby boomers, and there was Mr. Spock, of don't beat your kids, and we can't beat kids and stuff, which is good, but the kids have felt really entitled since then, more and more and more and more and more. And I think it's time to switch back to, it's okay if kids know that they're a little bit idiots still, because they are. Yeah. So why don't they just be careful and try hard to be smart, instead of just going like, I'm the hero of every sitcom and you're the idiot, so shut up.
An extreme level, like how like we would argue with Gary at a certain point where it's just like, shut the fuck up. No, you don't know how this works.
Gary, speaking of Gary. Oh, I'm glad you came back, Gary. I only called you a moron. I was trying to calm you down. You weren't listening.
Yeah, like you wouldn't call a kid a fucking moron. Like that would probably create some kind of complex in them.
I can't hear you, but I unmuted you. Nope, you got a problem.
I think your mic's fucked up, Gary.
You got a problem there. Unless it's just somebody's GIF. It could just be a GIF. What, he ran and took a shower?
That says he's still muted.
But yeah, but that just reappeared. But I think, you know, the thing is, look, I want to broach this subject, and any liberal like Gary that says,
I think I heard Gary.
Don't tell us that, don't say white men have a problem because there's a reason. We all have a problem. We got to get into this together. And I think there's enough white men that are a little bit worried that everybody thinks that they're ruling the earth when they feel like, I can't even get a fucking job. How am I ruling the earth? And we need to realize they're not ruling the earth. They're not Mitt Romney. They're not Newt Gingrich. They're not one of these rich guys. They're fucked over. It's not really about the color of their skin. They're being fucked over because, you know why? They're in a position where they can get fucked over. That's why people are really abused. It's because they're in a position where someone can abuse them. I'm going to be right back, you guys. All righty, I can hear you.
I don't think that has anything to do with it because
it does. It has everything to do with it.
As I'm stating, no, they're all different subjects.
You're just in a very difficult mood.
No, yeah, well, I'm in a rational mood, and nobody on this planet can do any reasoning. And it's really
I can too. You need to be more open.
Okay,
Gary, you run the room for a second, I'm sure, while I'm gone. Okay, bye.
I forgot last week, Gary, to extend my condolences that Christie's going to still be governor. Like, you guys didn't dodge that bullet.
What happened?
Oh yeah, like because he since he got reelected governor, and since he's not being appointed by Trump to anything, he's got to go back to New Jersey and be governor in a state that fucking hates him.
Yeah, well,
kind of worth it.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying he's not going to be doing much as far as I know of. You know, I mean, obviously he'll get himself into more trouble, you know, in the future. So, you know.
I wonder if he'll just pull a Sarah Palin and just be like, you know what, I resign. Fuck this.
Well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, New Jersey politics is so fucked up. You know, the liberals are insane. The thing that just finished it off for me is they raised the gas tax here 23 cents. And it was a completely arbitrary number, right? They couldn't even figure out how to what exactly they need to do this stuff. And they said, oh yeah, we're going to do this infrastructure thing, which is just a big pile of crap as always. And but they, you know, the liberals, for the bargain of getting a gas tax, right? They want a gas tax because they want more revenues to waste somewhere, I guess. But the point is they gave away tax cuts to the rich, you know, inheritance tax, you know, and
oh, you got muted, Gary.
Somebody have moderating power?
I think the new guy who joined it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, fuck him.
Oh, well, he left.
I would have preferred that somebody kicked him. Yeah, no,
I don't think I got powers right now.
All right, yes, you got excuses. I think you probably do.
Yeah, I don't have the powers right now.
Yeah, I think you do, but whatever. Liar. Anyway.
So I think for whatever reason in Hangouts, it resets every time you come in. So if you have powers 1 week, you have to get powers again next week.
Okay. I don't think that's true, but okay. Pyrrho's stupid room probably works that way.
Why do I keep grabbing that dead lighter when I'm trying to light a cigarette?
So, what do you think of this whole Brett Keane thing? You're a big Brett hater. Yeah.
Oh God, something happened to him. Did he die finally?
No, I mean he's been interviewing everybody. You haven't seen the interviews?
No.
Yeah,
I hate Brett Keane, but I'm not insane. I'm not going to go out of my way to watch everything he does.
Well, I'm not saying you're going to, but I'm just saying it's. I mean, Fake Sagan does 2 interviews with Brett Keane, and he's going to now. The Amazing Atheist do an interview with him on Tuesday. I'm saying there's a lot of interesting shit there.
Yeah, like that is some.
He says what you said is the most disgusting thing ever said on the internet. Well, except for me cutting myself, and except for my friend's banana up his ass,
oh,
and
God,
except
yeah,
for
I
2
saw
girls
that.
in 1 cup, except for a few things. What?
Video.
How could he say that?
About that, and I was like, "What did Gary say?" And it's like, "Wait, that's what Gary said." Gary said that to like 80, like he said that to fucking Jesus freak.
I'm in the position of a lot of Gary's fans, probably most of the time, where it's like, I totally agree with you, Gary. It's like, it is a little bit funny. Somebody had to say it. I'm glad it's you. You know.
Yeah, well, somebody definitely had to say something about Christian.
I
still can't believe it. Tommy from the Bronx videos. Look, okay, here's
said worse shit than Amendum has about Brett Keane and his family. I said in a video once that fucking Brett Keane's children were so ugly, fucking pedophiles wouldn't fuck them.
Here's the thing I don't get. Okay, so Hard Case Owns You is both crazy enough that maybe he really believes this shit he's saying as far as he believes anything, or 2, it's a big Poe thing and it's like, hey, I'll just pretend to be this and care about that. But Tommy from the Bronx isn't like that. Tommy from the Bronx is not faking that he really cares about this girl's situation, which means what? How did this?
Well, you do have to remember be more cynical than
that. That's not really what Tommy's doing. Tommy's not really thinking about it. Okay, he just likes to make friends on the internet. So Tommy just likes to make friends, and so if his friends are in conflict, Tommy has to find the door and get the fuck out. So Tommy just bails when there's trouble, in a sense, right? He was just
no, but I mean, he cares about this Stephanie situation, right? I saw some other video before I even noticed you got into it where he's saying, "Hey, Jesus freak's daughter," blah blah blah, and I was like, really, this sounds like a big internet fake. So I ignored it. He really believes that.
He fell for the fact that that Jesus freak somehow is in desperate poverty. Number one,
because he's actually a big sweetheart.
The first lie, so I mean, it was just the rich stealing from the poor, and Fake Sagan and all these people.
So your position is literally that Jesus freak has plenty of money because he's a scam artist or something.
No, my opinion is he's a Christian, which makes him a compulsive liar. And yeah, so he compulsively lies, and he just didn't want to pay for it. It's that simple. He has a nice life. He didn't want to have to put out 10 grand. So they said, let's do a little charity thing. And so then they didn't have to pay for it. So yeah, it was just a middle-class family saying, I don't want to pay for my daughter's trouble, so we'll just get the public to do it.
I don't care enough to take heat for it, but I mean, I think your points are perfectly good. Why not wait a while? Why would you need to do this? Why would you need to do this for 16 and 17-year-old boys? You put it in a satirical way. So, like, if you're going to do it, customize it perfect. I mean, think.
And then why would you put your actual daughter's picture up? I mean, this is another one of these things where you're just saying. So if you had a son and he had a micro penis, you'd sit there and do a public thing saying, "Look, my son has a micro penis." I mean, what the fuck?
Here's the thing, too. The backup Gary with this might be a scam of some sort. Look at who fucking Jesus freak has been hanging with ever since the atheist community drummed him out. Brett Keane.
Well, I'm just saying.
A little Brett rubbed off on Jesus.
But wait, remind me about Jesus freak. Wasn't he a Jesus guy?
Well, that's all. Yeah, he's a Jesus guy.
He was slightly more reasonable than your Venom Fang X.
No, well, yeah, he's
right?
more
So he would do follow up.
Right, but he's a capitalist.
But he was also more dopey.
He's a capitalist for Jesus, and he has 12 guns. And you can go down the list. He's a fraud. He's just having one of these little fake ministries to sit there and pretend that he is somebody.
Well, in the past, I would have confused him with that other guy, Peace in Christ Alone, that ended up scamming Nick Bravo into jail.
Well, we know
if I remember right.
We know that what's the odds if somebody calls themselves a televangelist or says they have a ministry? What do we think the odds are that they're stealing money?
100%.
100%, right? I mean, there is
105, maybe 108%.
Yeah, there's not like one single church that's so described where the pastor isn't
the biggest
filthy rich and his congregation isn't filthy poor.
But are you saying by that, for
kerfuffle.
example, a local pastor that just goes, takes the one church, tries to help those local people get to God? Some of those are honest, diluted, but honest. But yeah, the televangelists and internet evangelists, 0%, zero.
No, independent churches are all rackets.
Except for Kent Hovind.
Any church that's independent
like him.
is in the business to make money, and that's all they're in the business
You
for.
guys remember Kent Hovind?
Yes, we remember.
Yeah.
So he has a huge split now with he's getting remarried, Eric Hovind. He has a huge split that's become public about Eric stole all his intellectual property and his domain name and everything. And now he's up there in Mississippi or Alabama, maybe it is, building a new dinosaur adventureland. And he's got a shit ton of people, 20, 30 people up there working on it as part of his, ministry. The local paper has been calling him a cult. And it's rewarding following that family.
Yeah, well, it's all just so irritating that people are just so
freak.
This should be so
That's probably why.
But how did it come that he could get the sympathy of atheists? I don't get it.
Because they're not atheists. They're not atheists. So let's understand. That was the only atheist.
Okay, well, explain it. Explain your version, Napalm. How did he? I remember he was a little more easy to get along with than a Venom Fang
X. The biggest kerfuffle he ever got in is the time he tried to defend slavery from a biblical standpoint in huge clusterfuck form. And but mostly he was kind of one of these more dopier, I just want to be friends and just have conversations.
Yeah, well, he's still a racist, so
he wasn't really as combative.
Right, he was dedicated to keep talking about it. Hey, look at my side, guys.
No. The real truth is he wasn't as smart as Venom Fang X. Venom Fang X was smart. Jesus Freak is an idiot.
Right.
Yeah,
I haven't seen a Jesus Freak video for 8 years, 6 years, something. It's got to be.
His Jesus Freak is
I wouldn't have saw it either if I didn't see. Look, the whole thing started with Fake Sagan. Okay, so Fake Sagan's the one who wanted to do his reclamating thing. So he did his reclamating thing by saying, "Here's a cause. I'm going to give it."
And you think he really wants to do that?
Well, I think you don't admit you have a past where you hit a woman. You don't admit that voluntarily unless you have some sincerity, I would argue. So, I mean, the depth of his sincerity, I think, is real in the sense that he's admitted to some pretty horrendous behavior. Assault and battery that was deserved, and assault against a woman. I mean, that's pretty substantial attrition, I would argue. And then the fact that he gave away his last $1,000, his $1,000 of Bitcoin. I'm just saying that it's quite obvious, in my opinion, that he's being sincere about this fact that Fake Sagan wants to be a better man. So that I like, but again, it's this stupid 12-step thing. They always have to fucking go to God, instead of the bottle. And it's just oh fuck, not another one of these, And
Gary's right in that some of these fuckers aren't even atheists for any real reason. Whenever anybody brings up TJ to me and his atheist fucking shit, I'm he admitted that he became an atheist to scare people. That's the only reason he became an atheist.
Yeah, and he's admitted sort of to some kind of he has some sort of dark crow pantheism or something. He believes crows are controlling the world or some other crap like that. You know what I mean? As a joke or whatever. But I'm just saying he's just a mushy atheist.
Yeah, I think I've said it. But I tell people all the time when they tell me TJ said something. It's I don't think TJ's ever stated an actual opinion he believes in on the internet.
He believes we are ants. That's what he believes in. Okay, he sees the world as TJ and the ants. Okay, you're all ants. You're bugs. And if the bugs have a Coke, he'll bargain with them. But otherwise, they're just for stepping on. I mean, he doesn't see humans, other people as people. They're just things.
Yeah, it's all like a game to get attention or views or something.
I'm just saying he's a complete nihilist. I mean, he's a Nietzsche nihilist. The world starts and ends, with how TJ feels, and otherwise, who cares? But it was an interesting week, and I love making fuck pouch.
So yeah,
fuck pouch, fuck pouch, fuck pouch. And the funny thing is, if you see the live room, see, you didn't see any of this shit, but it's really kind of funny, right? They did a live room and had fake Sagan, Jesus Freak, and a bunch of other little creepy people. But anyway, and Jesus, they started talking about antinatalism, and it was just kind of funny because Jesus Freak had to censor the conversation because you can't let anything get connected to me somehow because his daughter can't possibly see one of my videos, And so it's just, and he censored Tommy. Tommy took down his video because Jesus Freak told him to. I mean, it's just so hilarious that, Tommy takes his videos down because it makes...
You become like fucking Voldemort to him.
Yeah.
He cannot be named.
But sometimes it surprises me how simple-minded people are because, I think Tommy, he has a big heart. That could lead him in one way, but I think he's also smart, and I just don't get how... it makes me wonder, am I wrong? Am I my insight into it so wrong that how could you fall for, believing in the sincerity of any of these things or not relating, like you were pointing out, hey, you're a Christian. How many fucking causes are there to give money to, even stopping babies from getting killed or something that I don't even, worry about? Just that proportion, how could this girl... Because look, they talked like she was dying of cancer, and I kind of got the idea that it was something less than that, but it still sounded like that. My first video was like, I guess she's dying of cancer. It's not dying of cancer. How could... I don't understand how even sane people, you don't even have to be super intelligent to figure that out. And I think Tommy's more than average intelligence, right? I mean, in my opinion, he's insightful guy. But somehow people have these huge blind spots that I don't understand where it's coming from.
One thing to remember with Tommy is it is to some extent a character. So,
well, it's not a character. Look, it's not really a character that he really does bond with people. That's the real point. Okay, and remember how he dragged that whole thing out with Yoka for years? I mean, fuck, the guy just likes people. He likes the camaraderie. He's got a 40-foot road yacht, and he wants to go around the country meeting up. I mean, he likes that kind of shit. So that's his fault, I guess, is that he just likes to have friends. And I don't get that part exactly, but whatever. I mean, I certainly don't get it when they're controlling your life. You have friends who are on opposite side of, it's like, oh, I got some Nazi friends, and I got some Jewish friends, and oh, it's all great. That's just silly. So he's really got to make a choice one of these days and say whether he's going to be.
I don't like people.
Who's he going to be a friend to? Is every asshole on earth? I mean, it's just silly.
Oh, Jesus Freak apparently has a hangout going on right now.
Who?
He's apparently Bulbasaur Jones.
Oh, Brett Keane.
Freak is doing a hangout right now at this moment.
But so that's the other thing. How could the Hard Case Owns You that I know be doing an interview where he acts all serious? Is he just acting, or is really his mind has gotten to the point where he's having a serious interview with Brett Keane? This is the Nietzsche reading, wine drinking, working man poet, right?
That guy is dead. Okay, that's all. So just forget about
that. Happens. People sold. Wait, was he ever alive, or was that always just a character that particular poet had written?
Right. That's the whole point. That guy was a character. Okay?
And now we have a new character, and it's just as sincere and just as
the real fake Sagan was just this nihilist guy who was just...
Who is the real fake Sagan? He's not this new character either, probably.
Well, he's looking for the new fake Sagan. That's the whole point. I mean,
so maybe this character's just like a placeholder.
He wants the new fake Sagan to be a good human, but
you think that? See, you're buying some of the. So the point is, he's really trying redemption.
Well, I'm saying, look, if it was a fraud, then he would do some superficial religion. You don't go with Greek Orthodox Christianity if you're coming up with a dodge.
I don't know. It's kind of up his alley just because it's sort of esoteric, but also mainstream. I mean, there's a big tradition there. They've always been around.
Yeah, well, don't get me wrong. I don't think he really believes that Jesus Christ was the Son of God.
Well, no, he's like, in the old days, I used to do all these drugs. Now I don't do that as much because of the Christian thing. It's like, as much.
Well, I guess you're just not getting it. I think he sincerely doesn't want to continue to be an asshole, and like an alcoholic, he can't do it on his own, so he needs somebody to do it for. So he's doing.
I hope you're right. I hope it's as sincerely as misguided as of a step as it is, that it's really trying to be a better person. But I thought he started off with a fairly good person, like, I don't need a girlfriend. I'm working with my hammer. I like to talk about things on the internet. I thought that was good enough, but whatever. I guess it didn't satisfy him.
Well, obviously, then he went through that whole anarchy thing, the whole gun thing, the whole beating women thing, the whole whatever he's doing.
Well, the beating women thing is the undercurrent of stuff he doesn't necessarily have a direct control of right away. Like, he could get control of it, God bless him. But, yeah. So, I mean, that's because the thing is, the idea, that first Hard Case Owns You persona, I fell for it because he was one of the few people in the atheist community, such as yourself actually as well, that would, call another atheist in the community on some bullshit or, no, I disagree. He was one of the few people that would do that, but it was just a shtick.
Well, I'm afraid that a lot of it was, yeah.
When I lost total faith in him and I realized, okay, I judged this character wrong, or else the character I judged died. Maybe it was real. He used to be like, people would call him, you don't have a girlfriend. He's like, I don't want a girlfriend now, or whatever. Even if I did, it's lame. And then when he got Ocean, I remember him doing a video where somebody he was battling with, he was like, you can't even get laid. And I thought, that's fail. You can't go ahead and righteously point out that you don't have to always have a relationship to be a human male. And then later on, you're like, haha, by the way, I got a deck of cards here from out of folk wisdom, and you don't have a relationship. So I knew I'd been suckered.
Yeah, it's just, well, whatever. The whole world is, everybody's, like I said, it's all fucking just stupid to me. Everybody's just everybody's going back to these stupid themes, and,
Here's the cuck thing. I've been thinking a lot about this because, look, and Fake Sagan's an example of this as far as I'm concerned. He's the kind of guy that's calling us cucks. Meanwhile, like, he's still in love with Ocean Avani. Like, she was an angel pie. I mean, I don't know what she's really like. I never watch her videos. I have nothing against her, per se, but his infatuation with her after they're not even together is like that was his reason for loving you, because you also loved my girlfriend. And it's like, and these fuckers are calling me cuck? What?
Yeah, well, I don't know if Fake Sagan would be going down that road exactly. But you can't figure him out on the issue of feminism and race. You can't really figure out what Fake Sagan's doing. He plays both sides of the.
Well, I think part of what he does is play the suave guy, and in reality, as far as we know, Ocean was his only girl he ever hung out with more than once. I mean, as far as if I had to guess, it doesn't speak of a great deal of experience with women. If 8 years later, the woman who you're her non-cousin because she lied to you, that put the video and all of that shit, and you're still like, I just love her though. That does not speak well of you. I'm sorry. Am I judgmental?
I just don't think he had long-term relationships, but I think he was certainly able to get laid.
Right. Well, that's an interesting subject right there, because those are two different things. Those experiences are two very different things. And if you have one and not the other, especially if it's, hooking up at parties, it's the 21st century coming, or already here, but you can't have anybody really interested in you. It just kind of eats away at your self-esteem if, they tried me out and then decided I wasn't worth it. but at least you get laid. Yeah, to the guys that can't get laid at all. But among the guys that can get laid, then it's kind of like level 2 of fuck this game.
Well, I just mean that I mean, I've certainly known people who were men who were perfectly satisfied for using a woman for a month and then getting a new one. So, I mean, you know, the relationships were very disposable. I mean,
I think, well, it's a lot about your attitude towards it, right? And whether it's shared or whether you think it's shared with the partner, right? So I think the thing is, to me, all I'm saying is that since he's made it public, I get to have an opinion on it. And it seems to me that his relationship and attitude to Ocean Avani is not healthy for him.
Oh, right. Well, but I think that's just because he went through all this crap through that relationship, so he feels kind of guilty because he knows he probably didn't do what
he probably fucked up more than her.
Well, I'm just saying he fucked up, and
but I'm also saying, look, she was a little bit of a vlogger, a groupie, right? Or more than a little.
Yeah, well, she was a.
Do you end up feeling like you were the one that girl appreciated?
No, I don't.
After you lose her? No, because you ended up with her because, you know, the pachinko ball, it has to end up with some vlogger. Oh, and it wasn't you, by the way. In the end, it didn't end up with you either. So, I don't know. I think I would try to have a healthy attitude if I'd been through what he was through. But I don't think that healthy attitude would end up being a 2016 vlog about how I love you, Gary, because you like this woman that he was probably such a big asshole that he's ignored anything that would make him upset about it. And he's just like, it was my fault. Because it probably was.
I think it's more complicated than that anyway. I mean, I don't think Fake Sagan ever disliked me because I think I was a good foil and all that kind of crap. So I think he had some appreciation before it. But I mean, the part of the thing you got to remember is I also was helpful at the time of the Captain Awesome thing, in the fact that I did make a public video saying, you know, Ocean, you look great, and it was no big deal, and you know what I mean. So I was generous in the sense of trying to mitigate against the harm, and so in that way I became an ally to him in the sense that he didn't have to do it and look like a sap.
Well, at that point,
I did it for him, and I think he appreciated the fact that I did the sappy thing for him, so he didn't have to do it.
Yeah, and I would have appreciated it too, because if I was in love with Ocean Avani at the time, I wouldn't have blamed her that she slept with another guy who happened to be on it. You know, and he was, I mean, and if anything, you know, Captain Awesome had to shut up his channel and become a nomad. So, because he's the one that looked like an idiot. He looked like he might never have had sex before or something, because it was like, look at me, I'm finally having sex.
Yeah, well,
not that I saw it.
That's what I'm saying.
Not that I watched that.
You know, me pointing out that Captain Awesome had such a small dick that his dick wasn't on the film didn't include his own dick, and what man would do a porn film without his own dick in it, you know, and that kind of stuff. That all helped. I mean, from Fake Sagan's point of view, because now he didn't have to do that.
Yeah. No, I understand that it wasn't just about that, but also that's the thing I'm saying. Well, I didn't say is that I wasn't really sure his positive talk about Ocean was honest or just part of the current shtick. But if it's true, it shows somebody that's like infatuated beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, well, whether you call it infatuated, I mean, you do fall in love with people. I was in love with a girl for 10 years, so fuck.
And then after they leave you?
Yeah, well, that's all. I was in love with her 10 years after she left me, you know, and I was still pining.
Huh. Never happened to me.
So that's doable. You know, it can ruin you. You know, yeah. When you have everything and you lose it, you know, that's when you're really stuck, right? Because you're never going to get everything again. So everything else looks like shit by comparison. But, you know, it's a side subject. The real thing I wanted to talk about was that you were talking about the news and the bias and all this other stuff and the uselessness of it. And the only part of the news that has any value is they can do research that, you know, we can't. And you know, it's difficult to do. You know, Freedom of Information Act requests, all that kind of stuff, and they can get lawyers to go through bills and find all the loopholes, but they really don't do that one, which I wish they would do.
No, but they should, right? That's their actual job.
Stuff that should be done.
Both to fund people to spend the time, but also because some of them are really good at that.
Yeah, I think the real game to play is the one of any kind of really good analysis of the political news. Like, what's the significance of this as political progress? I mean, put it almost in a Aristotelian kind of frame. You know, what does this mean to, you know, in terms of a social mean that we'll have to live with and all that kind of stuff, and have the bigger picture argument about the economy. And, you know, we're giving a tax cut to the rich. Does it really make sense to think that the rich are going to spend all this money on giving you a job, or does it make sense that they're going to be buying, you know, Chinese gold-plated toilets? I mean, what do you think is going to happen with that money they get? You know, I'm just saying, so that kind of analysis.
Well, I was just thinking about, what have you thought about see, with Trump now, it's 8 years of the Democrats, you know, have you thought about, remember the GNUs, you know, maybe you should do that again. Maybe you should open it up and let us send in segments. We could be your roving reporters and stuff. And you know, because didn't you copy, the GNUs was a little bit of a copy or a satire naming copy on some woman that did some news. Who was that?
Yeah. I can't remember her name, but GNUs girl.
She was great.
Yeah, she was funny.
So, but was she called GNUs as well, but spelled different or something?
Yeah.
No. Oh.
Yeah, it was just spelled different.
Yeah, who was the fuck that? Yeah, blonde one. She probably went off and became a reporter in some WLPK or something.
Yeah, well, one hopes. Yeah, but yeah, she was.
I remember now. Yeah, blonde, kind of young. That was great. I'd watch that too. But anyway, I think there's room for that kind of stuff. For, you know, like, you want to have a movement. The time is ripe to go ahead and do those segment things again, because during a Trump administration, we're going to have independent media, and the more raw and, you know,
my only argument is that no one's getting the stuff that's broken here. No one's, you know, and these arguments aren't that complicated. I mean, I keep making the argument about the geographic bias and the democracy and how that doesn't work. And, you know, here we have a popular vote again. So one man, one vote doesn't count in America. Does that make any sense? We elect presidents, not one man, one vote. I mean,
isn't that weird?
I mean, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it?
No.
I mean, maybe when the two things don't match, you know, when the electoral college doesn't match the popular vote, maybe you have to do it over again until it does. Maybe that should be the rule. Because, yeah, it just seems intrinsically, fundamentally flawed, you know, that the majority's will was ignored by what's called our democracy. Yeah, but I'm just saying, there's until you fix the philosophy of the people, you can't fix their politics. So I guess that's what I'm just tending to argue, that this really isn't about, this isn't about issues. This is about politics, and it's about more fundamentally philosophy.
And it's about personal awareness out in the populace.
Trump is just a symptom of the simple-mindedness that got Reagan elected.
Right,
So
like
Trump,
I say that it's 90% of the people getting oppressed, but that's the same 90% that still is voting for their own oppression. So ultimately, we have enough democracy, even though it's not complete or whatever, in my view, that it goes back to the people. The people keep choosing and having these weird attitudes and psychological fuck-ups where they're choosing Stockholm syndrome and to stay fucked over and inheritance wealth and family trust.
Yes, I don't know why exactly that is, but I'm just saying these are rather simple philosophical arguments that, you know, nepotism is something we emotionally feel, but we shouldn't think is reasonable. We should all believe that nepotism is, for what it is, stupid. If I think my kids are better than your kids, I'm an asshole, aren't I?
Yeah, I mean, well, we have nepotism laws, and yet he's going to hire all of his kids and his son-in-law, and that doesn't count. That's okay, though.
I'm not talking about that specific point. So you're missing my point.
I know, but I'm just saying we have that right now. People supposedly know about nepotism. There's nepotism, capital L law, and really they don't get it.
They don't get it. That's it.
They don't get it. There could be a law written down, and they're still like, yeah, but whatever.
I'm just saying that it's not a complex subject, that people should understand that their perception that their kids are more worthy is irrational. They should be able to accept that's true, that's one of those things like believing you're not going to die. It's stupid.
Well, like, you know how my little brother figured out, I'm 15 years older than my brother. He figured out that there was no Santa Claus because one time he was at this place and Santa Claus gave him a candy. And then Santa Claus ran out of candy and there was a little girl that didn't have any candy. And Santa Claus grabbed his candy and gave it to the little girl. And at that moment, he realized it was our dad. And so because my dad does totally favor his kids in that irrational way, but in a situation like that, he knows he favors his kids. And in the end, he was like, look, you can do without because you're a superhero. I'm going to give this to the other person because that kid is some other person's kid. And, you know, so you can balance out those feelings, but I don't think that's happening when Jared Kushner is being made an advisor. He knows shit all about this particular business of government. So that is just pure, well, my daughter married him and they're so handsome. Well, ironically, having a Jew in there is one of the best things going on. But anyway.
Well, it's also that Trump doesn't have any other insiders. So the only people that are his insiders are his family, right? Because Trump doesn't have any friends.
Yeah.
You know, so, but yeah.
You're right. He really has no choice. I mean, in a way, as far as keeping him stable, I don't have a choice but to go, I guess you do need your daughter around. Who else is going to tell you what's really going on in the world?
I guess I'm just saying that you've always argued for grassroots politics. I guess what I'm arguing is that the real thing has to start from the bottom up. You have to have bottom up ideology, and people have this top down ideology. They hear things like death tax, they hear bullshit from the top, and they keep buying the bullshit from the top rather than thinking from the bottom and realizing that, you know, people don't choose what vagina they fall out of, and every other game in town is a competitive game where we try to eliminate steroids and we try to eliminate cheats and other kinds of gaming of the play. So why wouldn't we do that in everything we do? And why shouldn't politicians are supposed to be public servants? Why are we their servants? They should be our servants. They're the ones should be, you know, they should be shot in the public.
They're civil servants.
As soon as they steal some money out of the till, they should be shot. You know, out.
You know, I had one really
the Washington Monument and hang them from the top of the Washington Monument.
I had one really good manager that it's also about how politicians should think. But he was like, I'm the manager. I make more money, fine, but really I'm a clerical worker. I make sure you've got your supplies, your pens, your computer and stuff like that. The reason I make more money is because I have to deal with the assholes I work for. And I protect you guys from them. And it turned out that was true. He did work for assholes and he had been really, you know, letting us get our job done. And I think that's kind of the attitude. When you're the manager, you're actually serving the team. If you're the congressperson, it is possible to be in that position, make the more money because of how hard it is to deal with all the shit, but actually like be serving the people that you're supposed to be serving. And it's even true of a manager where they're supposedly our boss. No, they're really serving us to help. They're supposed to help us and make sure we get our jobs done. And it seems so simple to me, but well, like you said, people are worried about things like immigrants. That's emotional.
Pyrrho, I just want to let you know somebody's in the room.
Why would you throw out line like that? Why would you have a throw out line?
Well, I'm not saying it's merely emotional. I'm saying it's emotional. It's a serious issue, so people have strong feelings.
No, I'm sorry that most people, it's not emotional. They can do the mathematics, and you're saying
Trump
there's
no
not
better on
mathematics.
immigration than Hillary. Hillary wants to put up a fence too, and now that's what Trump's going to do. I mean, that's not a rational difference between the two.
Well, it was a huge difference in the campaign because Hillary never
the rhetoric. the rhetoric.
Hillary never said a damn thing on the subject. So don't pretend she said I'm putting up a fence, but she didn't say that.
She didn't want to emphasize it, right?
Well, I'm saying she didn't say it in any practical matter to the people that need to hear it.
She
so
technically had said it, but she never repeated
every debate, she said the same shit over and over again, which is she kept implying that she was for some kind of open border, which was retarded.
No, in the debate, she said, "Oh, I'm for to making a fence and strengthening the border."
I didn't hear that one.
And about open borders, she just meant businesses should be able to.
I understand, but I'm just saying all the sound
banks and car manufacturers
bites were vacant. Okay, on the subject of immigration, she had nothing good to say. Is all I'm saying. So Trump won every time that subject came up. Hillary lost big time.
Yeah. Well, considering her strategy was to get Republicans in the middle, she should have. That would have helped a lot.
Well, it's not just Republicans. Again, I'm a Republican. I'm a progressive, and I know that.
I would just love if the recount goes in Hillary's favor.
I know that progress isn't going to happen if you keep importing the huddled masses to take care of. You can't do progress.
Right, you're wrong, though, but okay.
No, I'm not wrong.
Move on. You're wrong.
It's not 1492. It's not 1653.
Yeah, it is. It's 1492. That's totally arbitrary. It is 1492.
2006. No, it is. I mean, again, this is just a retarded. It's just a retarded argument on your part.
You're retarded.
To say that the world hasn't substantially changed, that physical labor has no value, that stupid people have no fucking social
Gary,
value.
we have potholes in our roads.
We don't have enough.
Labor. That's menial labor.
Machines, and we have
menial labor.
Machines that do the work.
That 20 men run that machine.
No,
20 men run that machine.
Not enough. Not enough to fucking goddamn give all these immigrants jobs at a good wage. I mean, it's just such a bullshit argument.
But aren't they coming here because of the jobs?
Well, we're never going to agree politically. We're never going to be able to do anything in this fucking world if idiots keep fucking putting non-starters in the mix. I'm not going to.
You and I agree on 90% of the other things.
It doesn't matter. It's all blown up because we'll never agree on that. And I'll never vote for that. I'll never vote for a fucking.
But I can deal with that. I can deal with that. I don't think we're going to open the borders right away or anything.
Rage quit.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to open the borders right away. And as a matter of fact, I don't totally believe in open borders. I believe in permeable borders. So, like, you need to check people for tuberculosis and if they've got medfly in their oranges and stuff like that at the border of California and whatnot. So you do that. And so, I mean, how about we build a wall of webcams and stream them on the net? I will fucking watch that shit, as a matter of fact. And out in the desert in the middle of the winter and stuff, I'll be like, is it snowing?
Let's probably
do that. That would be cool. What do you need more than that? There'll be a billion people watching that shit. Nobody will get across without being identified.
That's probably pretty easy to defeat, though.
Well, like concrete
there's no
wall
such thing as a wall that's impermeable.
Right.
I mean, the guy, there's an interview on NPR with, I don't remember if I had told you about this before last week or not, but there was an interview with one of the head security guys controlling the border, and it was just a ridiculous interview. And one of the things he said was, in his mind, a real controlled border means 0 people get across, and that he thought that could be achieved.
I like open borders, meaning that it's not legal to stop somebody unless you're detaining them because they've got tuberculosis, and they go and they get the tuberculosis treatment, or you have a warrant, you're going to go back to the jurisdiction with the warrant.
But don't you need more controls than that? I mean,
you've got oranges and they might have med flies. We're taking your oranges. That all is legit, but you couldn't actually stop a person that had no crime. So that's open to me.
But don't you need more controls than just those things? I mean,
I believe
we want to have control over how many people are immigrating into the country.
No, this is America. We were founded for 100 years. All you needed to do to become a citizen was get here on your own. Boom, good job, you did it. Welcome. And that's why America is great. This is the ingredient America needs to be America. That's why on the Statue of Liberty we say, send us your trash.
But that sounds
Go ahead
like
and send us your trash, you fucking bigots. We know they're not trash.
It sounds
they're
like
humans.
That sounds like a lot of nice platitudes, but it's not very practical.
No, it is practical if you believe that people aren't trash. People are awesome, and among all of that trash is people that have been fucked over and raped up the ass until they have PTSD and aren't given a chance in life, and they come over to Australia as criminals or here as the rabble of the world, and they become Carnegie, who's an asshole in his own right, but nothing held him back over here because that's what we need. People, raw people that want to do things like individuals that don't feel limited because they were born in this position or that position, and they want to come over here and have a chance to try to make a new widget or whatever their little idea is, laundry or whatever. And I believe that that is necessary for the kind of success America has known in the past, and would argue that, look, from the 60s, from the early 1900s, when we started restricting immigration until it's ridiculous. You have to take a decade to become a citizen. So a 30-year-old has to say, my decision to become an American citizen is that when I'm 40, it'll be great. I mean, that's fucking stupid. Let him come over here at 30 and be a citizen by 30 and a half and get something done. That's why they're coming here. And that's an ingredient I believe we need. And the problem with America is almost like there's a problem with immigrants. They come over and want to shut the door behind them. And that's not how it works. That's my belief.
Isn't it true that many of them will come over and just take advantage of the social services?
Then don't have social services that aren't sustainable. Have a social service that is sustainable. For example, I mean, I think
but that's a kind of circular because
no, it's anti-circular.
Well,
don't have a shitty. Why should look if people can take advantage of social services and they don't work, then that goes for citizens. We don't want a system where our own citizens can do that either. You need to have a social services system that works. You can't blame the immigrants for the fact that that it doesn't work.
But what do you mean? It is working for them.
Then what's the problem with it for immigrants?
Because we're straining our resources internally.
I don't believe it's because of social services, but I also think that all social services.
Well, you have to admit that at least it's
related,
a consideration.
Right?
That when you just open up the borders and you let all these people through, a good many of them aren't going to be able to be resourceful enough to sustain themselves.
Right. Well, I don't believe that we handle that with social services. What I believe is that
we spend
$1 trillion rebuilding the infrastructure, and there'll be more jobs than we can fill, and that's how they get paid, by building bridges, rebuilding bridges.
Well, now you're trying to on-ramp another issue onto this issue, and
no, it's a system. It all goes together. It's a system. You don't fix one thing and the system reacts and gets better. You have to fix multiple things in the whole cyclic system that is there.
Okay, well, I mean, I agree in principle, but if you want to talk about these things, you have to deal with the issues and as they exist.
Right, you have to do since you have to do things a step at a time. You don't want to take a first step that wrecks something. You want to take a first step that keeps things the same and slightly gets better. Right. Well, I believe that.
Well, can you agree then that as things exist now, an open border policy would not be good? The one like you're talking about.
No. I think there's unfilled jobs that we are outsourcing to other countries that can be done internally by immigrants because.
Okay, well then don't start talking about other things that we could do to make it work. let's talk about as things exist now, since you say as they exist now.
Well, as they
Your
exist now, there isn't open borders, right? And how much could you get open borders, let's say, within a year? Not much. So, for example, what could you do? Well, there's a bunch of refugees. We could take, 100 times as many of them. Would I be for that? Yes. Why? Because they'll come over here and fill jobs that we need filled that will then allow us to grow our economy and create more jobs. So I think that would work in and of itself. On the other hand, if they're going to come over and just go on social services, I also think that's fine because that's the social services we have right now. And we actually do have a welfare to workfare system right now. So I think a lot of them are more likely than native born recipients, if anything, to want a sustainable, independent job. And so they should be able to get one.
Well, okay, so you think that straining our social resources is okay?
I don't think that straining the social resources is the primary affect. The primary affect is that immigrants, people, remember when people are running from a country as refugees.
Okay, well, I would agree with you that the main reason why they're coming over here,
they're more motivated,
is to get a good job and make money.
So they're more motivated than your entitled, native-born, working-class person, if anything.
Yes.
So we are gaining in the motivation that makes people good workers, productive workers, I should say.
Right, and I can agree with you to the extent that in the current situation, what we have
so mathematically
is not this whole idea they're taking our jobs, and it's
so mathematically
really well-founded.
If mathematically 2 out of 10 of them was just over here because they heard there was good welfare, which there isn't, other countries would be better. But that, if out of the 8 that are left over, 5 of them are productive, get productive jobs and become productive workers in the economy, I mean, as a nation, we're ahead at that point.
Well, what percentage of the people coming across the Mexican border are even Mexican? And what percentage of them are from Central America?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Or even Europe and stuff. I mean, it's funny how that's evolved. The Mexicans have become so good at getting across the border. If you did want to have ISIS come in and they had some money, they'd do that. They just go through Mexico. It's weird.
And don't you think that's an issue also?
It is an issue. I mean, we do need to figure out that. But of course, I don't mind any of the immigrants. But I do believe in a border, that's allowed to check your passport and see who you are and if you have fruit. So, I think that would be enough to keep infiltration of enemy forces out.
So you have a gate that you go through essentially, but it's a controlled gate, and you allow everyone through that can pass the muster. As far
I liken it to when
I'm not bringing in disease. I'm not bringing in bad things.
I liken it to when you go into California, there's certain fruits you can't bring in, right? Because they have all this agriculture in California. They had a problem with this Mediterranean fruit fly, the med fly. So when you go there, but they can't actually stop you. On the other hand, if you had a warrant, that's the kind of point, you might get caught at that kind of a stop, right? If you had a criminal warrant, that's all fair. Stopping to, you have to put the marijuana pipe away and let the car air out and stuff. Fine, fair enough. But, and that's it. And that's how I see international borders. They would be ideal. You could say tuberculosis, you could say criminal, you could even do the Trump thing and say, oh, you're from a terrorist nation, you get double checked. But once you double check and the person's fine, then they go in. Basically you have a right to go in. Unless they catch you on something that, you already would have gotten busted for if you had turned yourself in at the local police station. And I just think it fundamentally, because I think this is the American spirit. It's a part of America. That is what made America great, the great parts, and the flavor of the American stew and
but it
melting pot.
that wasn't illegal immigration. You're just saying that it should
Well, that's
all be
arbitrary.
legalized.
People make one kind illegal or
Well,
legal.
yeah,
I
you're
mean,
just saying it should be all this what we're calling illegal should be legalized somehow.
yeah, when I admit to having open borders, basically it's like you've got this membrane. Yes, it can search people if they have a warrant out for them from Interpol or whatever on the way in. But basically, if they don't, they get to come in.
Well,
Right? They get to come
how are you gonna really be able to just that quickly assess medical records and things of that nature?
Well, I don't think you have to. Well, you have a medic right there to look at immediate symptoms. And other than that, I mean, you're just playing the statistics. If they're from a country where there's a, a Zika outbreak, then, they might get triple checked and a blood test, based on rational science. But
Well,
as
blood
far as
tests
a
are gonna
human
take some time.
being being able to go wherever they want on the earth, yeah, they can go wherever they want in the world, and they can even get a job.
I just
That
don't
they're able
think
to.
I don't think what you're talking about would work in terms of just having like a gate that you go through. I think there would have to be some sort of
But
extended
why do we
process.
not need gates between New York and Michigan and Utah and California? Why can we get away with? How does that possibly work? How does that? Oh my God, sick people from Utah might come into California or vice versa. They
Well, you
might
don't.
bring their
Well,
infected
you're the one bringing
oranges.
that up, though.
Well, it works great in the United States. I don't see why it couldn't work over the whole world.
Because the United States is a unified entity that has its own structures of healthcare and control, the CDC and things of that nature, all sorts of control, aspects.
But isn't that just mean that you have to do that at the international level? And then it would
Well,
work.
yeah, but that would take huge amounts of coordination.
I think it's already done. I mean, the UN is pretty much collecting health statistics and
I'm
has
just saying your idea
everywhere.
doesn't work in terms of bringing someone in through a
So
gate.
the idea of being
There would
able
have to be a preliminary process involved.
well, we're not there right now, so obviously there would have to be interim processes. I mean, we're talking about what kind of system would we want to go for? It's not like, I mean, if you want to put up a particular question, it's like, well, what would I do if I was the emperor? I still wouldn't change it overnight if I was the emperor. I believe in incrementalism, right? I'm a software developer, and we believe, we've learned that you got to do things step by step. You do a week-long sprint and get to milestone 1, then you get to milestone 2. So it could still take 30 years or even 100 to get to my dream end, because you don't go there right away.
Well,
And to a
we're not
certain
going in that direction.
well, that's where
We just
let's
elected
discuss
Trump.
that. Well,
And
that doesn't mean
we're
we're
going to
not
go in
going
the
in.
opposite direction.
Well, I don't know. It's always one step one way and two steps the other. I think getting someone as obvious as Trump, we can prepare for that step. And Trump himself ran on populist things that are part of that step. Maybe
But
we
I think to
can.
get what you want, you have to change the public's viewpoint. And how do you do that? If you want
How
this,
old are you?
if you want the type of policy, I'm close to your age.
So then look, how fucking remember I didn't remember this, by the way, just to say, because it's kind of do you remember? I didn't remember either. But McCain was one of the people joking about how ugly Chelsea Clinton, little 12-year-old Chelsea Clinton, the White House dog, in
Really?
the 90s. Yes.
Oh,
And
I don't remember that.
yeah, remember whatever things you do remember from your high school buddies. Things were different back then. You could get away with a lot of I like the pussy grab shit. We watched Revenge of the Nerds, where a guy is wearing a mask, has sex with a girl that doesn't know it's him, and it never occurred to us that was a kind of rape. Things have changed a lot. So, I mean, with
Yes.
Trump here, this is their a big last gasp. Maybe they'll have another 50 years of last gasps. I don't know. But if anything, it's because they're getting upset because they're cornered. So they get all more fiery, and maybe that accomplishes Trump or whatever. But it's not like the social justice warriors, and I even mean the whiners and the I'm at Yale, I need to be more protected people. They're going to get louder. So those guys have an automatic wailing that's going to come back at them. And what I would like to do on the same side of, liberal or progressive is just let's make some plans. And one thing is I want to take care of this fact that, you know what, liberals, don't hate on white men. I'm not motherfucking Mitt Romney, and I grew up from the time I was a teenager trying to respect
I don't think
people.
liberals are hating on white men.
Well, I think there's a little bit of it.
I mean, if you mean like pointing out that there is white supremacy out there and like this still is.
No, I'm talking about, like I said in a video that white men were oppressed, the reasoning being labor. Economics. It's like we're working in the fucking coal mines, these white men, not me, but white men are working in the coal mines. They're getting
right,
kind of.
But then you're pointing out it's not a racial thing; it's a class issue.
Right, it's a class thing. But the thing is, the end result is, do they feel fucked over? Even a little bit in their subconscious. Maybe they don't know who's fucking them over, but they know someone is.
I just think that's a miss by you. I think that's a miss because you're conflating those two items. And yes, there are issues of class in the country, but there are also very clear issues of race.
White males are oppressed because they're in this group.
but that's
I didn't say because they're white. I said it happens that they also
I
are
know.
and people are like, har, did you really say that? You must have mistaken your voice box.
I understand why you're saying it, but it's still two separate items. You know what I mean? It's you can deal with the class issue, which every race has to deal with, or you can deal with the race issue, which is a totally separate thing primarily. I mean,
well, you tell me how do we deal?
But that's why you can look at statistics and see that there are disparities.
But look, I'm from a wing of the liberal movement where we've been prone for a long time of saying it's all economic. I respect your identity politics and that, the cops might pull you over for being black, but I could be a hippie looking white guy and not get pulled over because though I look a little, but I might get pulled over too, but it's not as much as you. I totally respect that. But we need to go back to the liberal coalition where everybody is getting fucked by the rich. It's a class thing, but it's not class because they're not classier. They just have all the money and that's enough to control shit. And it's not really even in their best interest because you could be rich in Chicago and live in a really rich neighborhood, but wouldn't it be better to be able to drive around the town and go to clubs at 11 at night without getting mugged? Yeah, probably would. And they could afford to live just as fancy as they do now, pay some taxes, and kids get educated and don't rob you outside the club, and we'd all be better off.
But you're saying that, yeah, I mean, I agree with the central point, but there are still, I mean, why, okay, if they have control, why do you still have these particular racial disparities?
Well,
doesn't that suggest that if these people that are in control that are from a particular race primarily, doesn't that suggest something if what you're saying is true? I mean,
well, here's what I think. I think the racial component is exploited. Right? I think it's just exploited. If it's there and you could go, you're worth less because we all know your race is worth less.
Well, that doesn't matter.
And it's exploited.
That's irrelevant to
That's not the real reason.
What do you mean? That's irrelevant then, because
the real reason is
you're just saying that, hey, they don't really hate the black people. They're just taking advantage of them.
But does it matter? That's
still racism.
Yes, it is, because if you perpetuate that kind of thing, that counts as racist. It doesn't really matter. Do you actually hate them, or are you just willing to take advantage of them?
That sort of sounded like Vic. because Vic seems to think that you have to individually hate a black person for it to be racist.
No, but I'm not saying you have to individually hate them.
But that sort of seemed to be the basic.
No, it equates to the same thing, really. But what I'm saying is that those are important issues. But the real issue is that the guy with the power to exploit you happens to live in a culture where that's encouraged. And it doesn't matter if you're his same race, doesn't matter if you own everything and you're black and the workers are minimum wage whites. It'll still be the same thing. It might not be as typical because maybe the typical case is one way or another. But in Zimbabwe, where, you know, they run the same rackets, the rich people are black, the workers are black, and it's the same kind of exploitation of the worker. It's actually about the economics of our system, which was built by war, which generated slavery. And basically, we have wage slavery where people get a lot of rights. You know, for slaves, they got a shit ton of rights, but they're still treated as slaves. They don't have control of their life or freedom to create the kind of security that wealthy families can create with a family trust fund.
Well, right. And in the context of that presentation,
now, where is it?
Once you're able to demonstrate that one group of people have less economic advantage than another group of people, then that is why you probably have this sort of identity politics among
wait, yeah, it is why, but what are you saying? Is that you're not saying it becomes the real reason? I mean, if you have, like in England,
what do you mean the real reason?
Well, like this, in England or even all of Europe, but let's say England, you had this vassal peasantry where they were slaves, right? You were born on this lord's land and it was illegal to leave without his permission. You were his slave, right? So they enslaved other white guys, and that was fine with them because they acted like those poor white guys, those peasants, were a different race. And then they fucked and made babies with each other, sort of, you know, to fulfill the, you know, truth fulfilling prophecy there of making it like it was a different race genetically by separating. Then they went down to South African place and started collecting slaves from Africa and Asia and stuff, and suddenly, oh, it's racial, you guys, it's racial. This reason we oppress some people, it's because they're of an inferior race. This race was actually invented for doing this, and it's just an excuse. I mean, they did it to their own race before they became world travelers.
Well, I don't think anyone ever argued that slavery only existed because there was white supremacy.
Or any supremacy.
I don't think anyone ever argued that.
No, nobody would ever argue that, though. Of course, there is the aspect of the slavery in America and the
well, yes, the slavery
was unique,
became a racial thing because it
slaves in
one
Rome,
of the reasons why is because it had to be defended. And
slaves
so
in Rome
against what again one of the defenses for it was that was in fact just pure racism.
Right, but but that's almost what's unique about it, because back in, you know, Greece and Rome, it was a little more like, oh, because they lost the war, you know, it was more direct to why.
Right, but the
slaves actually had more rights.
It even more.
Roman slaves, in a way, had more rights, other than the fact that the idea of rights and what kind of, you know, it was different. But anyway, in a way, there was like animal abuse laws about your slaves back in Rome that America didn't have. Now, because it was a more modern time, you know, arguably it was no worse for the American slaves than the Roman slaves. But in a way, I think you have to admit there was like some sort of a moral check mark where, well, they're still, you know, like animals. You know, you can't totally beat them and then rape them, and you got to just rape them or just beat them, one, not both. Weird things like that. And so America's slavery was worse. But yeah, obviously, we didn't start the slave thing. And that's the other funny thing. The the Dutch started our slavery trade, right? The Dutch started that triangle.
I think this is
not
getting,
us. And then the British got into it. We're the third.
It's sounding like you're getting
brother.
tangential. I mean, could you circle back around to your original point on why you're saying that, you know, it matters that slavery already existed before the transatlantic slave trade?
Okay, well, my theory in a nutshell is I consider myself primarily a peace activist. I believe the phenomena of slavery came from the spoils of war, and that we still have an economy modeled on that. So while we have gotten a lot of civil rights, those are really just the rights of a slave not to be beaten 5 times a day, only once a day. So they're not good enough. It's kind of like some slave owners let their slaves learn how to read and write. And then the slave learns how to read and write. Should he be thankful? Because most slaves don't even learn that. No, what happens is he learns he's a slave, and it's like, sorry, still not good enough. So that's the state of history that we're in. The ultimate culprit is war, which leads to this kidnapping and enslaving of people. And then that is our economic model. So how do we get out of that and have another economic model? Well, you know, it's good that as slaves, we've got all these rights and the Bill of Rights and stuff like that, and that officially we're not slaves in a country like the United States with the Constitution, with the Bill of Rights and whatnot. And we need to double down on that, because basically we have more rights than we've exercised. You know, we voted for Trump, and I'm into democracy. If a bunch of the, you know, wage slaves, according to me, vote for Trump, they might even be some weird, clever, ironic thing. You never know. I mean, the society comes up with disco. It looks stupid, but it sort of leaves its mark. And it's like, hey, okay. You know, I don't know. They decided this. I think they're a little bit idiotic to do that, but hopefully they'll learn their lesson from it. It's better than the Roman situation where it was Nero's crazy idea, or just some cousin of a brother that ends up being the king, you know? So that's the sense in which I'm okay with it. Though I think basically we need to stay on our toes and look for opportunities to demolish them. That's what they've done with our candidates and our, you know, even though I wasn't fully for those people, they try to trash Hillary as like she's a murderer, the most corrupt ever. Are you kidding me? How little would you know about American history to say she's the most corrupt ever?
Well, yeah, and that's why I thought that I was trying to think of
Obama isn't even American.
Well, some ways that we could attack Trump in a similar manner, but yet have actual factual basis behind those attacks.
Right. No, I agree with that. Right. Like, I'd like to say, hey, if it's more credible than her killing 50 people, then it's fair game. But in reality, no, I do believe it should be factual. But Trump pushes the law, and there's a lot of factual things. You know, he's on the docket for a bunch of things in court, and, you know, like violating the Cuban embargo, which actually makes me think highly of him, but still, it's illegal. Any one of those women could file a civil suit. That's what got Bill Clinton impeached. Plus, he has Democrat enemies who can stab you in the back at the last minute by pretending not to be
the bimbo eruptions, as they said in the 90s, might be a problem. Yeah. Well, so, I'm gonna take a break real quick, and I'll be right back.
All right, cool. Let's take a break. I will too. I'm gonna go out and smoke a cigarette. I don't know if you're here, Harry. This is your chance to orate.
Okay, I'm back. I don't think pyrrho is. So, hairy hand. Interesting name. Are you going to say anything? No, I guess not.
Hey, hello.
Yep.
Are you back?
Yep.
Did you not leave yet? Oh, you were quick.
Yeah, I said real quick.
Well, that's right, but you never know what that means. Everybody's different. So basically, you're not comfortable with my thing of let's deal with white men are oppressed.
Well, it's not that I'm not comfortable with it. I think it's off base.
Here's the thing, too. What pisses me off is the conservatives are like, "You're special snowflake."
Let me just
you
clarify.
care about your feels, and I'm like, no, I'm an engineer. I don't care about my feels. People should come around to the reality, and this is the reality. I don't. And you're like saying, "Oh, but people won't feel good about that." Who? Liberals? The white men that voted for Trump are going to feel great about me admitting that they're oppressed too, because they're losers and they don't want to think it's their fault.
Yeah, and to clarify, I mean, it's correct. What you're saying is correct.
Technically, okay, good enough. Step
there
one.
Are a lot of people that are
you're
oppressed.
saying it's not a good political move somehow.
Well, maybe it's because it doesn't really give respect to what the actual racial element is.
Well, like these Indians at DAPL, the Indians get killed in some per capita statistic, more than African Americans. I mean, the Indians are really get the blunt end of the rifle, a lot. And we're seeing it in DAPL. And when I go, white men are oppressed too, it's like, yeah, really? White men got to take guns up to the Oregon refuge and nothing happened to them. So yeah, I get that why. And that's why, as a liberal, I've never emphasized it, but I think we got Trump. We need to face the fact that these guys, a lot of them should be our allies. They should not be voting for Trump. And when they say, "Hey, I voted for Trump, but I'm not a racist because I don't hate races. I just, immigrants and this and the other and have to." We should listen to them and try to help. We go, okay, yeah, maybe some of those guys aren't racist, and if we were attracting them, they would come over, because the point with real progressive activism is we're all big, giant 80-90% majority of us are getting a fucking raw deal out of the wealth that we've created as a fucking species. And we deserve some of that. We're in it too, you and us. I'm a white male working for it, not out of some altruism, but because everybody's getting a raw deal, including you. The messes with feminism and racism are so bad. Yeah, let's focus on them, but let's not forget me. I'm in it because I'm also getting a raw deal. We don't have to mention it or focus on it for years. Yay to me. You can thank me because I won't make you mention it. But then again, we haven't been mentioning it. Maybe we have to mention it a little. And with Trump umbrella over us now, this would be the good time to go ahead and mention it without, but I don't want to break up the coalition or get on the wrong side of a race war I've been trying to avoid. So that's why I like talking to you about it. But, I want it to be marketable, but there's a fundamental truth to it where we should figure out the way to market it.
You're trying to deal with what the current political landscape is that has brought us to this point.
Yeah.
That's what it sounds like. And you're trying to deal with this on a pragmatic level.
Yeah, like Trump was going on and on about NAFTA fucked over working class Americans, a lot of whom are white, and the Democrats are acting like, stop complaining, you're white, everything's great for white people. And they're like, well, it's not great for me, and that's how we missed out. Those are our voters. Those are even Hillary's voters. As conservative as she is, they obviously should have been Hillary over Trump.
Okay, but the problem is we don't.
Why not?
We don't really. I understand your analysis, and I don't really disagree with it if you accept the fundamentals. But what we don't really know is why. We still don't really know why exactly this occurred. Now, if you look, I saw a video clip from Al Jazeera just the other day, and it was one of these things where this guy's just rattling off these statistics and
you mean
things.
Al Jazeera? Can you get Al Jazeera English now?
Oh, well, I saw it on YouTube.
Huh. Okay, because yeah. Anyway, go ahead.
I don't know. It was a YouTube. It was part of a YouTube video, and it was from Al Jazeera.
I'll have to go try to.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well,
go ahead.
Anyway, so this guy's just reeling off all these stats on the election, and it looked like it was very well sourced because everything he was saying, it had a source. Like like you can, maybe I'll get the chance to review it and go back and look and review the sources. But everything he was saying, it was probably like at least around half a dozen points, and they were all sourced, and every one of them was basically centered around the idea that the election, the people that voted for Donald Trump did so primarily for race, from a racist point of view. So, for example, an indicator of which way a person voted would be that how they answered the question, was Obama a Muslim or not?
Right.
That was a bigger indicator by
but what about
several
this factor?
points than any
a lot
other
of these people
indicator.
A lot of these people that I know and I would consider racist, they'll tell you, well, I'm not racist. It's just this and that and the other.
Well, no one that's racist says they're racist.
Well, no, some people used to, right? And so what I'm pointing out is that there is something to this fact of that, like, I had a conservative relative on Facebook, we're arguing, and it's like, look, you can't tell me we're totally crazy. You don't understand why we might think it's racist with the Mexican judge and stuff, because he was not an immigrant criminal. He's an upstanding citizen with accomplishments.
Oh, that was absolutely racist.
It looks a little racist. And even if I'm wrong and you've gone, yeah, that doesn't count, you can't say you don't get why I might be worried because I went the other way on my interpretation of it. You know what I am talking about. And he's like, don't worry, though. We won't have an anti-homosexual, anti-trans. We're not going to become all fascist and throw those people in concentration camps. It's not going to be happening. You're being hysterical. Don't worry. So here's where we're left at, is that a lot of these people who are, frankly, to me, materialistically, it counts as racism, they don't think so. So what they're going to do with that, I don't know. Do they feel some pressure to not seem actually racist? I like Ben Carson, so I'm not racist. What are they going to actually do? Something. More than nothing. More than the white nationalists that are going Heil Trump, because those guys are just openly, yeah, we're going to kill a bunch of other people that aren't white. Hey, but that's probably not what Trump is thinking. It's probably not what, like, my mom, who thinks she's not racist, it's probably not what, what I mean, the relative I was arguing with. So I don't know what's going to happen with that, but it's an interesting factor of there's some pressure on those guys to do something like about immigration that doesn't seem racist. Will they pull it off? No, they're going to do something that seems racist to me, but they're going to try to restrain themselves. Or maybe not. I don't know. It's definitely like a hurricane. You don't know. Is it going to be 100-mile winds or 150-mile winds? You just don't know.
Well, I think most people, even like people that might have been somewhat racially motivated, even though unwittingly so, to vote for Trump.
Right, subconsciously or something.
Yeah, I think most of those people look at like the white supremacist groups that are standing up and shouting, hail Trump, hail victory, hail our people, right, and all that. I think they would admit that, yeah, that's disturbing.
Right. So, and so this is the thing I'm saying about let's talk about white people being oppressed, because I think what a lot of them are saying, again, unconsciously, is, look, I know nobody's giving me an easy thing. I got to work like hell and I still don't got shit. Or I'm worried, maybe I don't work, but I'm worried as hell and I still don't got shit. Or, they don't feel privileged and they're being told they're privileged. And that's their main concern. So that's their subconscious racial concern.
Well,
they're not
all you
actually
have to do
saying
to
I
battle
wouldn't
that
marry
is
a
just say,
Hispanic lady. They're not saying I don't like, black people. They're not saying that.
would
And
those
so that's
would
where the
those
switch
people
comes.
rather be a black person in this country? I doubt it.
Well, no, and they
They
don't
would
think
admit
about
that
that.
no,
Well,
hell,
they don't think about that. But see, that's why I have not emphasized that, hey, I am also oppressed, because when I'm doing activism or at some protest, if it was about a labor issue, everybody knows it's about everybody that's getting fucked over. It's a lot of
well,
white
from the
men and some
pragmatic,
black men and some white women. And so we're all working together. But really, maybe it shouldn't be left unsaid, because we're a part of this thing. We're getting fucked over too. We need a claim of that. I'm not trying to be an altruist where I'm call myself a feminist so women don't think I'm an asshole, even though I don't have to help anybody because I got it good. No, I'm fighting because I don't have it that good. I'm from the working class. The world, the deal you get sucks pretty much. You have to work too hard for too little. When there's so much wealth as a species, we're the richest nation of the richest species ever, and we have all of these problems. I'm working for myself, and I see that, hey, if I work for the oppressed people, the most oppressed people, I'm helping myself, right? All tides rise, all boats kind of a thing. But I don't want to be fucked over in the end or thought like I'm an asshole, like I'm Mitt Romney because I'm a white male. Subconsciously, I think I'm a big altruist and you need my help. Like Quintica asked that a lot. It's like, why do you think you need to help everybody? What's so great about you? And it's like, I'm helping myself. I am helping myself, but we can accomplish a lot more together because we all.
it's about the view of society. It's not, and how things work. It's about the most pragmatic approach that you can have. And also there's some sort of there is some sort of empathy and altruism in there, but it's overall
empathy.
Well, yeah, I would say both, but yeah.
I don't see any of the things if I'm like trying to like if I'm trying to support Trayvon Martin, whether I was right or wrong to do so, none of that to me was altruism. I feel like when there's injustices of bigotry, sure, I'm not black, but I've been a long-haired kid and had people think I was stealing because, I didn't look straight cut. I mean, I'm fighting
Well,
still for
if you're
myself.
not motivated by it, at least it winds up being that way.
When there's a chance to be altruistic, I doubt myself. So, for example, with the Dapple thing, I support those guys, but I don't feel like I get to have a righteous indignation like I'm out there with them. I mean, they're standing in the fucking water blocking people. I'm not doing that. So I feel like helping them is altruistic, which makes it harder actually to help them. Because I feel like if you're really going to help a movement, I should go out there, but I can't do that right now. So if anything, altruism is a weakness of a position. I think it's very important to feel self-interested. And this is one of the reasons I'm pointing out the white men are oppressed too, so that when we work with women and on civil rights and every issue together, we could realize it's because, yeah, we're all getting fucked over. We're all getting fucked over. I'm getting slightly less fucked over because of the X, Y, and Z extra things where even if I'm a Harvard professor, I'm going to get hassled. Because if I'm a white Harvard professor, that's not going to happen. Yeah, that's extra fucked up. But really, don't forget, we're all in here because I'm not a Harvard professor and I live in Detroit. I'm getting fucked over. My dad had a good job that I thought I was going to do, and I don't get to do it. I'm willing to do it, and I don't get to do it. That we're all getting fucked over.
Well, systematically, I agree, from a pragmatic standpoint and making things work systematically. There
right.
But
I mean, white men, like if you help some political action of civil rights, I don't think it's good for you to feel like you're magnanimous. That's so nice of you to help them colored people. You know what I mean? It's far better if you're like, are you kidding me? Fuck that. I'm helping myself. This is a part of our struggle. That's better.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I think that there is some there has to be some self-interest for anything to work systematically. Because
for sustainability, it's a lot like money. Oh, money's the root of all evil. Well, yeah, but if you're going to make a green, an organic farm, you better be able to make enough money selling the shit to pay for the people that have to do it, right? You have to. It's sustainability. If sustainability is good, then making sure you can make money, et cetera, all the things that, then that's important. It's good. It's not
right,
bad.
but at the same time, I think that there's not, doesn't all come down to that in terms of motivating to action. We maybe in some general broad sense it might come down to, I just want to live in a just society, and that's why I speak out against injustice and I do all these things to try to combat injustice. And maybe that's the self-interest, but I don't know. I really do think that there's a different, it's where the empathy aspect of it creates another component.
Okay, right. And so you're right. So for example, one time I was driving my VW Bug and I pulled over and I took a leak on the side of the highway, and the cops pulled over because some long hair like myself had, robbed the gas store. But then they said, what are you doing out here? And I'm like, and he says, you're just taking a leak, huh? And I'm like, yes, that is what I was doing, because it was what I was doing. Now, if I had been a black guy and a black guy had robbed the store, I probably would have spent a little time at the good old cop shop.
Right.
So, what am I going to do but admit that, okay. Or my cousin, he actually had like a Charles Manson beard with a skull woven in, braided into his beard and everything. Had a gun with him when he tried to get on a cruise ship in San Diego, which he had just innocently forgotten was in his backpack. He's a liberal, but he's a Second Amendment liberal. So he got away with that, and they let him on the boat. They held up the boat for like a half an hour and then let him on the boat. If he had been black, I have a feeling he would have been back on the way home at the most, maybe in jail for a night while he had to come down to San Diego for an arraignment. So that kind of thing is definitely, you can look more homeless as a white person, and if you don't look homeless as a white person, you're going to get away with things that a Harvard professor that also doesn't look homeless won't get away with. And that's a real thing. I want to deal with that. I've been spending a lot of my effort dealing with that, because it's like, deal with that, and then we'll get to the next level of things. On the other hand, I think with Trump, it's important to point out that, yes, those are the focus, because that is ridiculous. But
with Trump,
we're all getting fucked, man. We're all getting fucked. I'm helping you because I'm getting fucked, not because I'm a saint and as a white savior, you're my white burden and I'm going to help you through this problem. I've got problems. They're fucking over me, the working class white man. Even though I have a job where I can get paid a reasonable salary when I work, I am still being fucked over compared to how things ought to work, I think. And if I'm spoiled, whatever. I'm helping you because I think I need help. Isn't that more healthy?
I don't know. I mean, I kind of agree with you, but at the same time, I think your white, your
white supremacy.
Yeah, I was saying the wrong
thing. Oh, I see what it is about. No, go ahead.
your view that whites are somehow, by pointing out white men are oppressed or white people are oppressed, it's the wrong way to say it.
Yeah, but I think that's and I'll change the way I say it and try to figure out a better way, but I really blame identity politics for making that sound so ludicrous.
Well, what is identity politics? I mean, which direction does that flow?
Well, I think it's a liberalism that believes that
But it's a reaction.
Your political situation is based on what group you get categorized into.
And that's true.
But that's just the bigotry. It's not really
right, but that's a reality.
Right. That's what makes it like a mind trick where it's hard to escape.
I mean, it's like we were talking about the Mexican judge.
Well, but I've been saying, I've never pointed out.
That's identity politics. He's identifying a group of people that would be biased.
Well, let's think about that. Trump is like, look, they're sending in their murderers. I'm sure some of them are nice people. Then when it comes to a judge who is an American, second generation, and is, I think, a Republican, and certainly an upstanding citizen, him too. You know, it's like, and him too. That's what shows that it's racist. It's because, like, I can insult their criminals, and the upstanding ones are going to hold it against me. That's how it works. And it's so that is the fundamental racism in that kind of formulation. So,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, that is the reason why you have a pushback against that sort of attitude.
You know what? This is an interesting thing.
That becomes so-called identity politics.
But what about this part of Trump? He says, I talked to a general, and he said he'd be better off with a bunch of cigarettes and some beer. I made a lot of sense. Or I've just heard a bunch of these where, you know, it's like, well, they pointed out that if I made the libel laws easier, I'd get sued. I hadn't thought of that. You know, like, wouldn't it be funny if Trump really was like brought all of these radical right wingers around to liberal ideas? Like, well, you know, I talked to this economist. It turns out it's better to give people jobs than take them. And then, like, and in 4 years, they're all like a bunch of liberals. Like, the problem with that is they'd be like Nazis. They'd be like Nazi socials. Yeah, free cars for white people.
No, what I see happening is he's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's doing.
He'll probably get arrested. I think
the vice president is essentially going to be running a lot of shit, along with Paul Ryan.
Yeah.
He's just going to sign everything put in front of him.
Yeah,
and that's
you know what?
Especially with Paul Ryan talking about privatizing Medicare.
I was making fun of Kazume Fowler a little bit about having hope, but I actually do hope a little bit that his basic tendency of, like, you know, Trump's, I mean, of having to take credit for things leads to, even though he doesn't really care about the actual laws, some conflict of making sure that he looks like the top dog over Ryan, that leads to some conflict. I just hope. I think that could be a good kind of a good outcome. But you're probably right. I basically, and that's a majority report.
He'll never
too, right? Like that's a majority report.
The way that he gets away with that, though, is
stamp. He's going to tweet about Rosie O'Donnell while he rubber stamps every fucking thing Paul Ryan wants, and that's the most likely thing. I agree. But I hope it doesn't happen. I hope he's like a little bit like, well, I at least have to make it look like it's my idea, or.
Well, he'll take credit for it.
Yeah. So sure. I hope there's some conflict in that. Anyway, I agree with you. I think, and I agree with Sam Cedar that there's nothing to, especially with that whole thing with Kasich, where we know he was offering the vice president the ability to run all of the policy. Because it's like, I'll run Twitter, you just pass Republican bullshit. And so that's...
And knowing what a lunatic that guy is.
We have to assume that that's going to be the case.
I mean, what happens to education in this country? What happens to science education?
Yeah.
But
that's why,
to the federal
I'm thinking there's some issue there, because if one of those issues comes along and his daughter says, no, do it different, or he thinks, hey, I'll look better if I do this. Ooh, this will be a good sales gimmick. You know, this will look good in the PowerPoint. Then he will.
Well, maybe he'll give him pushback. You know, speaking of Trump, maybe Trump will give Ryan pushback on the Medicare thing. I mean, we can hold out hope for that. because he did say before that he doesn't think those programs.
Do you think they'll be able to privatize those or privatize Social Security? I think that's going to be beyond what they can pull off.
Well, what do you mean? Legislatively?
Yeah, I think that it'll be, as a matter of fact, I think it'll be hard to even kill Obamacare. And now he's even said, well, we'll just modify it. So I think those ones will be hard.
It's but that's
even
weird
for Ryan
because,
to push through, I think.
But why is that? That's weird because
because old people are against it.
But they not the Obamacare thing. Yeah. They tried to get rid of Obamacare, what, 60 times?
Well, it'll be interesting. He said he would do this all by executive action in the first 100 days. So I imagine we'll see quickly.
I mean, there's certain things that he said he was going to do. We can be pretty sure he's not going to.
Yeah, which ones do you think he's going to do? Like Gary's answer was, when I probed him, was on the Supreme Court, he will put an anti-Roe v. Wade person on, which I don't necessarily believe. I think that that might be when he won't.
I think he will.
The thing is, it's like if you're trying to replace Scalia on the court, there's sane people that would be 90 years old that think like Scalia. But there is no sane people 45 years old that think that way. You know what I mean? So like if you get somebody that thinks like him, then that is going to be some Ben Carson level of insanity. Like it doesn't, you know what I mean? It's not going to be a person that just happens to be conservative. We don't make those anymore.
Well, yeah,
my age or younger.
You probably won't get someone exactly like Scalia, but I think you would get definitely someone that would not be friendly to abortion rights.
No, but you see what I'm saying? I'm saying it's like if you get somebody 45 that would vote like Scalia, then they're not just going to be somebody that happens to be old school conservative. Anti-gay is
that'd be a little bit on the nutty end.
Nutty, right? Nutty, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They get a little bit of overlap with him, they'd have to be nutty. Because
the Republicans have control, and they are a bunch of nuts. The nuts have taken over the party.
Right.
Trump's win has completely defeated their whole the wing of the party that was trying to
I think we'll learn a lot from his first nomination, replacing Scalia. We'll learn a lot of whether he's going to do what he said he's going to do, or whether he's going to play his supporters like fools and put a Roberts in.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, but I think
I wouldn't hazard a guess. By the way,
there's going to be enough pressure on him internally, not only from his constituents.
Well, that was Gary's point. Gary's point is he can back off the wall. He can back off, put her in jail. He can back off a lot of things, almost everything. But and I'm sure there's other things that Gary might say, but one thing Gary didn't think he would back off from is putting these automatically overturn Roe v. Wade. But I got to tell you, I'm about at the point where, fine, overturn Roe v. Wade. Women, it'll just, I'm not going to live in any of the states that make abortion illegal. So.
Yeah, but it would just be it would be a horrible.
It'd be a huge loss.
Situation for the.
It would. It would, but then maybe.
It would be bad. It would be setting us back for women's rights and.
But maybe it would set a precedent for letting states do their own liberal things too sometimes.
I mean, they're basically saying that we can control your body and what you do with it.
I don't want to give up Roe v. Wade, but I'm just saying if it happened and some of the states change their mind, then that's the sin of democracy. I mean, there's a certain point of where if it would release some of the tension then okay, and we could just focus on, hey, how about sanctuary cities are a state's right too? Don't try to, those cities voted for that. Most of the people in those cities are okay with it. They're willing to take the risk of getting slashed in the throat or whatever you think the risk is. So, states' rights. Anyway,
yeah, but
I hate to say this, by the way, because I don't.
They can always cut them at the federal level, and
I don't want to abandon 13-year-old, rape victims to possible death with a coat hanger. I don't want to do that. But I'm just saying it's gotten so bad that maybe if that's what happens, we have to go with it.
Oh, that just sounds defeatist.
Well, it is a little bit. I think that's how defeated we are. You know, the Trump election is a certain amount of defeat already. Now, I want to keep fighting so you don't focus on the defeat. But there is a defeat.
When the
They're going to
other candidate won by
Obama
2
has
billion
handed him
votes.
a giant torture surveillance state. How could that be good? You know?
Say that again?
I'm saying they have a surveillance state. They can spy on any of us. And
Right.
they're and torture is legitimized. It's something they do in their secret prisons. And
hasn't he backed off torture though?
Obama is yes, and Obama is handing that over to Trump. That cannot be good. So things like maybe we lose Roe v. Wade, but luckily it's not all the states, becomes an optimistic point of view. You know, it really does. I mean, we don't have to wait.
That's pretty bad.
We don't have to wait till Trump is elected, because it's not all about what does Trump really turn out to be. His vice president is Pence. Sessions.
A nut.
Sessions.
Yes.
That Breitbart dude. You know, these are not unknowns. So that's what we're facing coming in, and it's going to be bad.
That's what I'm saying. It's already looking really bad.
Look, Reagan seemed like, you know, an okay guy, but maybe a little to the bad. Okay, trading arms with our enemies, the Iranians, and supporting terrorists in South America, and running a college in the United States that taught death squads how
What
to
if he is another
job.
Reagan, though? It's just hard to believe that would be the case, but Reagan was extremely powerful, and the ramifications of those policies are still affecting us today by a long way.
I think while he's in power, he has the opportunity to become a Reagan and be super popular and everything like that. The difference will be that 30 years later, I don't think there's any chance he'll still be celebrated as the second coming like Reagan is. I think because, you know, he pushes legal limits to their edge, and I don't see why that would change about him as president. So history's probably going to record a lot of his crimes, whereas for some reason Reagan is still treated like, I don't know,
well,
a good guy.
That's an entirely different set of crazy. I mean, why they give him all that credit is beyond me, given their principles and everything. You know what I mean? It's the guy, they rail against the debt and things like that, and the guy was he was the one that started the whole let's run up the debt and we'll worry about it later thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the one that started that whole.
And he did in Beirut, he did cut and run. He raised taxes, and yet he's still there. That's the funny thing. So this Kuzume Fowler guy that Quintica had me watch a couple times, so I'm subscribed to, you know, it's like he's like disappointed that Trump supporters seem to be willing to put up with anything. It's like, hello, Reagan fanatics put up with him raising taxes after all, and cutting and running from Beirut, and he's still their savior. So that's how it works. They love their guys.
It's all about image with most people.
It's an open question how much Trump can get away with.
Yeah, as long as that image doesn't truly be tarnished. I mean,
and
you and I know it should be tarnished.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive what will tarnish the image. Like, I would think him already coming out saying, well, maybe not a big concrete wall, that would tarnish his image. Evidently, no. It's really hard to figure out, well, what is it that his supporters would see? I was talking to my father-in-law, and he was kind of like, oh, Yeah, I don't like to see conflict of interest, like asking for your Argentinian permits to be passed. If that's true, yeah, that would. But if it really happened, it's such that he had to admit that it was real. I'm not sure he would actually be against it. So I still don't know exactly what the limit is, even for him. So I'm very curious about that because, like with W, there was a big vibe of I like W, I want to drink beer with W, whatever he did, And then with Reagan, I had conservative relatives going, well, those were inferior arms that he gave to our enemies.
I just can't see Trump.
What a sucker those guys are. So I have no idea what level they'll go with Trump. I've got to think
I just can't see him getting the benefit of the doubt in the same way. People,
right? That's what I'm saying. I think
people
he's less likely.
A lot of people that voted for him don't like him and think he's a piece of shit.
Right.
Which makes no sense.
So that's a silver lining. He should, by all rights, get less of a benefit of the doubt than W when he crisscrosses on his promises and is always going, believe me, believe me.
Yeah.
I thought she might believe me. Oh, and so, but it's hard to know how it'll really come out because it's not entirely logical, right? It's emotional. It's like, I voted for him and now my, sister's going to say I'm an idiot unless I keep maintaining that it was worthwhile. So you never know what people will do to maintain. Like, with the Jehovah's Witnesses, if you've ever seen these old cartoons of like, the world's going to end, 1916, I think it was.
Right.
That was Jehovah's Witnesses. And then when it happened, they're like, oh, we miscalculated. A year in the Bible is really 7 actual years. And it's like they actually pulled that shit off and kept their thing going. And that's kind of the rule of life. It's like, well, we just keep it going. So it's like,
I'm sure, yeah.
If I voted for Trump and it was wrong, if there's any way to keep it going, I fucking will.
What percentage of the population is going to give him those numbers, though? Maybe 25%?
Yeah.
Where they're just never going to back off and they're always going to support him and they're going to blame all the problems on other people and that sort of thing. So
exactly. How much of that is there? And how much is their actual expectation that this guy with bravado really has that reason to have bravado? I don't know. It's hard to say. I would have thought that there was more scrutiny, but then again, there's already been so much of him backing off and no complaints from his supporters about all his major issues. Maybe it's just a matter of if he keeps coming on and acting politically incorrect, accidentally saying offensive things. Maybe that'll be enough for them to like him.
Well, do you think it's going to be like every single week or at least every month there's going to be some kind of controversy, some kind of faux pas?
Well, probably because he's going to tweet about SNL every week. So I imagine we have at least a weekly thing. Not funny, totally unbiased.
No one's going to tell him what to do. Now, I mean, but
that's another silver lining. The fact that this motherfucker is going to probably be tweeting from the White House and nobody can stop him, I got to admit, that makes me like him. It's like, yeah, but he's tweeting idiocy. Yeah, but nobody can stop him. My wife is here right now, and she's like, what? What?
At least you'll...
That's bullshit.
I hope nobody stops him. Because that's the real him.
Well, no, but I'm saying there's a true to life silver lining to that of like we were talking about earlier. Maybe he really does want to be liked. It might be a psychological problem to the point of a dysfunction, but at least he gives a shit about whether he's liked because we seem to be dealing with people that just want to get rich and get paid for their gigs and don't actually give a shit if people like them in the end, as long as they can be liked enough to skate along one more step in the game.
Well, that's interesting because David Rubin, I think, made the same point. Like his policies and everything that he's going to be pursuing, it will be dictated primarily by the fact he's a narcissist, and he's the type of narcissist that wants everyone to like him.
Yeah. But that might mean that well, like Carnegie. You know, Carnegie was a big fucking asshole, but then he made all the libraries. Why? Well, I guess he wanted to go to heaven, you know, plus or minus, whatever the real explanation. Wanted people to see me as good, had a public relation. But guess what? We got a lot of libraries out of that. That actually was good. And it's like, if you're a big asshole and
well,
you
then you're talking about an equation.
But so what if he tries to seem good and
but
does
that could
something
also
that is
be
good?
Bad though, because then he could
right.
So
do something
why
else
did
bad.
he get elected anyway? Because he's saying all these things to appeal to people, and they're horrible
And if people
things.
fall in
He's
love
appealing to the worst aspects of human
and
nature.
if he does something that happens to be good, he can use that to exploit people to think he's good and do something even worse. I know it's very complicated. On the other hand, we're kind of dealing with an establishment that has figured out how not to actually do anything legitimately good. This motherfucker might do something good just to seem good.
That's
so we don't know.
Premise for any type of leadership. I mean,
well, here's the thing. I want to dodge out of actually accepting that as a premise. No, I'm not saying that's likely. I'm not hoping some miracle comes. I'm just saying that compared to Rubio or Ted Cruz, there actually is a chance that because of this random card, you know, this wild card that's in there, that, you know, we can get some progress from him, something that, you know, he and his daughter think is a sweet idea that they actually do to seem good.
Maybe now, in a very calm.
Don't get me wrong, because what I'm sure is going to happen, because of the people he's put in are worse than the Reagan conservatives. We're going to get secret new prisons, secret new you know, universities that teach CIA agents and, you know, Ecuadorians how to be terrorists for the government. And we're going to get a new arbitrary war and demonization of classes of people. And the biggest thing I'm really still worried about is that he is inflammatory. So we will get leftists that want to start the war, the civil war. We will get rightists that want to step into it. So I think we, you know, unlike Gary was poo-pooing it, but I think we could get civil unrest at the level that destroys your country. I don't think it is super likely that it would get to that level, but I do think it's 40-60 or something that we could descend into that kind of civil unrest. And even if it doesn't get that bad where it destroys the whole country, the 60s were pretty bad, right? If we get civil unrest where it dominates the news for 4 or 8 years, that also is you know, a problem. It's not as bad as actually turning into Somalia, but it does present problems for progress, you know, for helping the ecology, for stopping global warming. It'll be a big distraction on all of those kinds of goals. So,
well, those goals
that's the most likely.
I mean, we just have to realize that we're going to set back the environmental movement a good portion, and we're not only not going to make progress, we're going to set it back even more.
Right. Yeah, no.
The regulations will be dropped.
Yeah. Well, like Trump is invested in the DAPL. Yeah, I think that's one where there isn't any reason to even have a faint hope. The environment versus your standard corporate deal is going to lose. Right. Corporation's going to win. Environment's going to lose. I don't think there's two ways about that one.
And to me, that's one of the biggest fucking things.
Oh, it's huge, because it's whether or not we ruin the world or it's just a little warmer at this point, right? There is no keeping it the way it is. So,
well,
I think we lost out for 4 years.
Degrees extra into the cake as far as climate change goes.
That's a reason to hope it really is.
What are we going to bake into the cake successfully in the I mean, we're talking about 4 years of damage, but that has, you know, implications
what I was going to say
beyond those 4 years.
This is what I was going to say is this is where whether it's 4 or 8 years is going to be huge. 4 years is it's, you know, it's less than half of 8 years when it comes to a president, but 4 years you get things in motion. That second 4 years is it continuing.
And
so,
what if they are able to, by just totally knocking down all the regulations, and we're able to create all these jobs by completely destroying the environment, they buy themselves another 4 years.
Yeah, that's exactly. That's
because people are so stupid.
Yeah.
They can't see beyond.
Or even from my complexity.
That's why the self-interest thing, it doesn't really fly all the way.
Right. You're right.
Because self-interest doesn't go into the future.
Well, for example, I was going to say
about the self-interest is about, hey, this is how I want everything while I'm alive on the planet.
Right. But see, I admit that because my self-interest makes me want to get some of the infrastructure out of Trump that he's talking about, but then he could play it that way. And so my self-interest on wanting the infrastructure could lead into it being, environmentally damaging infrastructure and so on. So
well, I've been
even in my own case, I see that.
Yeah. Bullshit,
Yeah.
And that's what I'm afraid of. It's just going to be all this bullshit that's not going to have anything to do with moving forward into an economy where we aren't so reliant on fossil fuels.
Yeah.
And it looks like to me we're just going to talk about status quo. I mean, in that sense,
I totally agree.
Hillary Clinton was far more the non-status quo candidate than Trump.
By even admitting it, but I don't think she would have actually done much about it either. But so this is a huge thing.
I disagree.
On this 4 and 8 and 16-year time scale. Really, if we had one issue we were voting about, it should be the global warming and people that would stop that, because we don't have 20 years to solve that. I mean, we do, but then it's going to be a lot worse than if we took 10. So
well, the more and more you put it off, the more costly it gets.
Yeah, no, and it's an exponential cost is the thing.
Right, exactly.
Or if it's
we may not be able
exponential.
Think about this: the systems may not be able to handle the cost. Because if you create enough of a catastrophe situation where all of a sudden, okay, we just had this hurricane hit the East Coast, but now the storm surge is like 5 feet higher than it was before. Well, that's 100 times more property damage,
Yeah.
And I'm just.
What do you think about this white supremacist kind of hate crime thing? There's a little uptick in it. Do you think that that's going to be a sustained thing throughout his presidency, or do you think that it'll, because of this thing I was talking about people that you and I would say, well, that is racist, but they don't think they're racist. Do you think that reflection on their part might limit?
Like they'll get enough pushback to where...
Yeah, where it's like, hey, that doesn't make us look good. Remember, we were saying he really wasn't racist. He just seemed that way. Don't make it obvious he is.
Right.
And if that happens, I don't know. So do you think that'll break out and become a wildfire of hate crime? Or do you think it's just...
I think it'll be a problem. I don't think... I mean, if you're talking about to the level of a race war, no, I don't think we'll get to that level. Because there are too many people that just absolutely...
The thing is, there's those kind of crimes now, and what's going to happen under Trump is we're going to probably hear more about them. Not just when the cops kill a black guy, but all this random stuff we'll probably hear.
Well, these people are just emboldened, and they think they can just get away with all this stuff, but they really can't in reality.
Yeah, that's what I think that too. I would like to have enough faith in these people, even those that voted for Trump, they're saying, but it's not really racist, that they're not going to continue. So it's going to be bubbling a little bit, but it's not going to actually, strike a wildfire. It's just going to be like, yeah, there's people already out there. Some of the more of them than normal might feel emboldened, but it'll be random here and there. We won't have, a month-long race riot in Chicago or whatever, because that shit can happen. I don't think that is going to happen. I think we're going to find out that these people are like, we don't like being called racist, but we still like to think of ourselves as not racist. And hopefully that'll mitigate like some sort of all-out war on that.
Right.
But that's me being optimistic too, because his rhetoric was so bad that like, even if Trump is a totally non-racist, oh, you're kidding, I love black people, which we know probably isn't true, but
well, I think was it?
I
Leslie
think that
Stahl
the way
that
he
interviewed him
could cause other people to act that way. But Leslie Stahl,
Well, yeah, was it Leslie Stahl? I can't remember. The question was posed about the alt-right and the racists that are doing all these things. And you know, he came out and said, "Oh, stop doing that."
Right. Which is good. I'm glad he did that. You know,
well,
during his campaign, it was not at all clear if he even makes such
but
gestures.
it was so unself-reflective. I mean, do you? I mean, my follow-up
He was
question
like,
was, do you
really?
recognize
I'll
that?
have to look into that. Why would that happen?
Yeah, I mean, do you not acknowledge that some of what you're saying is emboldening these people, and
well, he doesn't.
You have some responsibility here.
Well, that's what I was talking about with my relatives earlier. Remember, it's like you can't tell me you don't understand why I might be worried he's racist. You might be saying, "Oh, I'm being oversensitive." He's not actually racist, but you can't tell me you don't understand why I got that impression.
Right.
So, and Trump himself acts like, I don't know where they got. Why did they
what
get
do you
that
mean? Hands up in the air. I don't know.
So at what point do the white supremacists realize that he's not a white supremacist? I hope we find out the answer of that question, if only because it would require him not to actually be a white supremacist.
Well, the very fact that he hired that Bannon guy doesn't really reflect too well, you know.
No, it doesn't.
As much as...
Hey, what do you think about this playing around with him hiring Romney? Now, if it turns out he was just doing it for marketing and Romney doesn't have a chance...
What that says to me is
nothing,
desperation.
What if he actually hires Romney? Now, what I'm saying is if he doesn't hire Romney, it could just be Trump marketing. Look, I told you I'd reach out. But if he actually hired, just on the off chance, which I find unlikely, if he hired Romney to the state, Secretary of State, what the fuck would that mean?
I think either way, it's a sign of desperation. I mean, you can say it's marketing. Yeah, because no one wants to work with the guy. Right. That's why he has to hire all these crazies.
Well, I thought Priebus is as establishment as you get. He had his fights with Priebus. Priebus went and ponied up and, you know, a little blowjob action.
Well, I mean, he's had a couple of people like the
and then he's like, okay, Priebus.
Haley, he brought her on, but she has no experience.
Well, look, she is a sidelight, but chief of staff is able to secretly be the most powerful person in the cabinet traditionally, unless they're deciding to do a way around it. Like, it's who gets to talk to the president and things like that. And you're with the president all the time. So it's not just state, it's not just any department, every issue you can give advice on. And they have Priebus, who is like totally, nobody's ever heard of him other than being a party toady. You can't get more establishment. So to me, that was revealing, but that's why I'm wondering he might actually hire Romney. And what would that mean? I would have to think.
I don't see how he could. I don't see how he could.
If he did, and I don't like Romney, but it's funny to feel like, hey, I'm calm. Thank you, Romney. But anyway, Romney, I think it would mean that he is intending to fuck over the white supremacist supporters more than me. Right? He's intending that they're the suckers. They're the ones that he suckered into voting for him, and they're going to get screwed. That's what it would mean to me, even though I hate Romney. So it's kind of funny because, like, well, if Romney gets win, then it means he's going to screw over these other people. So, but God only knows. I mean, it's still possible that in his own way, Trump is playing, 12-dimensional chess, and I can't keep up. I think he's an idiot, but he's 7 steps ahead of me.
I see it as desperation. He doesn't know what he's doing. No one wants to work with him. The people that do want to work with him are either desperate themselves or they're crazy.
Well, desperation's a self, but I mean a negative term. But another way to put it is, if it's desperation, then it just means he realizes that he does actually have to cooperate with other people. So he's not Mr. Bravado that thinks he's the boss of everything and he fucks everything.
It's probably a sign.
Sometimes he cooperates.
He's settling down a little bit.
Right, that would be the good sign. But on the other hand, that makes me so depressed that having Priebus, who's I hate, that's a good sign. And Romney, who I really hate, oh, thank God.
That's how bad it is, yeah.
Yeah, that's like, okay, he's raping me, but at least he's using a lubricant.
It's raping a little slower and a little softer.
Yeah, and he's got a lubricant, and he's kissing me softly on the cheek, and it's terrible. It's funny though. It's like I'm glad. I'd rather live now than back in the day when it was just like whoever got born as king became king. It's like it's a little random, but it's sort of exciting. It's like, and also there's this thing about democracy of like there's supposed to be checks and balances, not just the three branches of federal government, but also there's state government, right? Like the state prosecutors are the one that put Tom DeLay in jail for his federal crimes. There's a bunch of checks and balances. So we're supposed to be able to take it, and I do feel fine about that. Like, I don't actually think that Trump just gets his way in everything. I feel a little bit scared that Democrats won't call him on the things they could call him on, right? But it's good that people can, journalists, FBI detectives, people can try to prosecute these crimes. There are checks and balances. And even if you have a crazy, a Marcos or his wife buys all shoes and shit, you can rectify the situation. You can catch up to that. So I feel pretty good about America in that regard. On the other hand, I think there's going to be chaos. And my main worry is not like, a new trade deal or $50 billion or $100 billion goes to Trump University, or those are terrible things. But my main worry is really that we would have civil unrest, riots in the streets, that these Trump supporter types get the race war they've been hoping for my whole life. They talk from fucking Charles Manson on. It's like, there's going to be a race war and the niggers are going to do this. And it's like, if they self-fulfill that prophecy, that's all I want to avoid, really.
Well, that goes way back. That goes back to Reagan. The slavery times and the insurrection and all that.
Right, yeah, because there's always a race war. If you have black slaves, it's reasonable to think there'll eventually be a race war. But if you have racial slavery, but the thing is, it never seemed that likely among Americans, but, they could foment that kind of thing. If that happens, so this is where, I really hope that Trump seems like the kind of guy that would make a sale based on there's going to be a race war, elect me. But he also seems like the kind of guy that might be, but we don't really want a race war. That's not going to be profitable. You know what I mean? And I hope that's how it turns out. In which case, it might even be that he was the best first person for America at this point in our history. I don't know.
Ugh.
The way I see Hillary is she's corrupt, but when they say she's the most corrupt, it's like, no, she's legal corruption.
Well, she's corrupt legal in the normal political sense of the word.
I would call it corrupt, but
grading on a curve, she's really not that corrupt.
Right, like those fucking WikiLeaks are all her daughter going, hey, we're skating too close to the line. At least they skate close to the line. Trump is a guy that's like, well, I skate way inside of the line, where inside means more illegal than you would think. Right. So, so she, at least it was legal corruption. It's still corruption by my standards, but they were trying to keep it like, well, what kind of corruption's allowed now, John? Well, this kind. Okay, well, that's what we'll do. And that's better than Trump, who has been more like, strictly speaking, is it legal to not pay the people that work for you, to pay them 14 cents on the dollar or something? Is that legal? I don't know, but it's not really very cool.
Well, I just think Trump is going to be corrupt just going in. And it's just the way he is. It's going to happen. And there's all these conflicts of interest and all this.
This guy that's predicted every election, including Trump winning since 80. and he's got this system where he
and he said he would be impeached. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, he said he would be impeached as well. But he admitted that's not my mathematical model.
Yeah, that's his gut.
That's just me, man. I'm just saying. And he's right though, because it might not happen. Okay, so here's what I figure. One, Trump definitely pushes the law to what his lawyers say and sues people he's not going to win against because it's still an advantage. But as far as being the president under that kind of scrutiny, that'll probably get you in trouble. I figure that will probably get you in trouble. Now, there's a limit where you can do a certain amount. You can kill maybe one or two prostitutes before you're going to get charged by the third one. But I figure they'll probably go to that third one. And that guy probably is pretty smart. And I don't know if it'll be Trump. Trump might be immune as president to a thing or two.
Well, I just hope there's going to be these ground wells of Trump watch, you know.
Yes,
and
exactly.
They'll be able to get their message out through the internet, and everything will be legit. It's not just going to be some bullshit, hit piece type of organization.
Yeah. Well, the other thing is Trump seems to think there is no conflict of interest laws. But what there is...
Yeah, because he said the same thing Nixon said.
But the thing is, there's no preemptive conflict of interest because we rely on the president to use their own discretion. But there are laws where if you make a decision based on making more money for your country, for your company rather, on the behalf of some other country, that is illegal. So there are conflict of interest laws. They're just that we don't make you preemptively avoid those conflicts. We trust you. We voted for you. We're supposed to be smart enough, ha ha ha, that we've chosen someone that will avoid those conflicts on their own. There are still laws about conflicts. And he's got so many conflicts like this Russian connection, which to me is ironic because I also am fairly pro-Russian in that, like, we fucked up in Ukraine. You can't I don't think you can blame the Russians for what happened in Ukraine. It's more on us. Right. So I'm fine with that.
Coup and everything.
Yeah.
The problem is what the will.
He's actually a Russian puppet though, and I'm not for that.
Yeah.
Fucking A. So I think that stuff will come out too, like Russian puppet / Russian hotel. I think stuff like that'll come out and look bad for him, probably.
Probably, yeah.
And if not through himself, then through his kids. Now, in the pool, I'm starting a pool of which Trump kid will be indicted first, but I'm taking Eric. So nobody wants to go in this pool with me because everybody wants Eric.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I've got Eric. And they're like, no.
Sounds like a safe bet.
Yeah, it's not fair, they figure.
Well, I got to take a break.
Okay.
If you want to keep going, I'll be back shortly.
Okay, sure. I'll hang out.
All right.
All right. Bye. Doom, 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 doom. So, yeah, Trump's America. You guys. Makes me breathe. So I like democracy, and it makes me feel like, you guys, you're so silly. Why'd you want to do that? Okay, let's try it. All right. Democracy. Crazy fuckers. And that's my review of democracy.
It smells like cigarettes. Did you smoke that pipe again? Did you?
No. Did I?
There's not like tobacco down here.
It's
I'm not crazy.
no, it's over there. I haven't smoked it.
What's over where?
I'm telling you, I'm on the thing. Stop scolding me. You're making me look like a cock.
It's tobacco inside.
No. It smells like tobacco. Because there's already tobacco down here, probably. And I'm on it. It doesn't matter if I'm on air. It does. It makes me look like a cop.
Inside your own spot or something?
No. No, it was when you were here because you stole my pipe.
Don't do that. Just go outside with it.
Don't steal my pipe.
You left it upstairs.
The pipe didn't have any tobacco in it. It was empty. I put pot in it. It had a little bit of tobacco.
Okay.
And a little bit of tobacco.
I'll come a little bit closer to the
It had tobacco resin in it. Like this. No, I'm waiting. We don't want people knowing here. It does not.
Okay, I'm back. I guess you're breaking.
No, I'm here. I was just muted because my wife was scolding me, and I just feel like that doesn't go with my general vibe or the reputation I'm going for. Stop calling me a misogynist. It's like it's not fitting with my liberal narrative. Fuck. Don't you understand YouTube? She doesn't. She doesn't get it.
So where is everybody, man?
Well, I don't know. It's
Do you ever send out invitations?
I send out a few, but it's different now because before I could do G+ invitations, and now I send them out, but I don't know really what happens to them. That's right. Well, I'm not the best marketer. I've always thought the point was just to talk to a few people, and so the whole marketing thing, it escaped me. Well, I think about it every once in a while.
I don't have the invites tab. Do you have it?
I have the plus.
So, like, sometimes I'll see it next to my microphone tab, but I don't have it.
See, like I have an illusions exist tab, but I type in illusions and it doesn't come up when I do the invites. Whatever. Yeah. Well, I have been thinking about that stuff because I think it is a time for many of us interested to talk about this stuff no matter what, to join the independent media and make things regularly and speak out. I think there's going to be a market for that, Patreon style, or even if all you want is people to watch you and it feels like, oh, this is a worthwhile hobby, that it can pay off. But yeah, I'm not situated to really worry about that very well.
Well, yeah, I mean, I agree. There's probably going to be a lot of backlash to this nonsense that has produced Trump, President fucking clown Trump.
Yeah, I don't watch a lot of David Pakman, but I am subscribed, so I watch every once in a while. But he was pointing out that they've got like a ton more subscriptions per month, the most they've ever gotten.
Yeah,
per month.
Yeah, that's what you're going to start seeing more and more of this backlash, because now people are really going to be forced to sort of take a side or to say, hey, this is kind of bullshit.
Or they have, even if they subscribe to the person they end up disagreeing with, it's more of a topic thing, right? They have a reason to spend a little time every week thinking about it. So they're going to subscribe to the people that mention it a little bit more, you know, person by person. It's just like percentage by percentage. So it's definitely going to rise up. I think there's no doubt about that. And that should be obvious. Like the people on the right that are like, this means that SJWs are defeated. It's like, well, yes, except for the fact that a lot of people are now going to start YouTube channels because people are going to know what they're talking about. President Trump, and they make a video on, I don't believe in grabbing pussies. It's not going to be random. People are going to know what they're talking about. So it would be just as well if we formulated, you know, I don't think we have to become journalists, but why not, you know, go ahead and take part in the opinion journalism that's going on.
What do you think about this thing where there's a significant group of people out there that are blaming the quote unquote social justice warriors for Trump's election? Essentially, they're saying, well, we got tired of you calling us racist. I mean, to me, that argument just is totally backwards. It doesn't make any sense. Like you're saying you don't want to be called a racist, so therefore you vote for somebody that says a bunch of racist stuff. To me, that just says that the people that are saying that there's racial problems in society kind of were that actually emboldens their argument.
Yeah, no, it's bullshit. So there's a grain of truth there that I'm trying to talk about with the fact that, hey, white men are also abused or whatever. But really it's bullshit, because the fact is it's the same arguments against the same people the whole time. And those people standing up for themselves is not the reason that there's a reaction. It's like you can't blame slaves wanting to be free for the formation of the KKK. Rather, the KKK, it might be a reaction to that, but it's just something that had to be fought, right? Nothing ends the day you defeat it. It goes on in another form. So I see it more that way. Especially like this Rachel Maddow attitude that, hey, if all of the Jill Stein voters would vote this way and half of the Johnson voters would have voted this way, it's their fault. It's like, no, get the basic fundamental principle. I don't have to vote for you. That's number one. Then when you start saying if people would have voted for this other way, then just talk about Trump voters, because that's where there were millions of them. How about if 100,000 Trump voters would have voted for Hillary? And then, if anything, it's back on Hillary, right? Because all Hillary had to do, you know, if you would go to Wisconsin and do an event and there's 20,000 people there, that 20,000 people is very likely to vote for you because they've had a personal experience with you in recent history. So it's really on her, you know, not on. Now, on the other hand, I'm kind of a fan of Jimmy Dore at the moment. He was like, don't vote for Hillary, Trump would be better, which I totally disagree with. But do I blame him? No, I think that's a legitimate democratic society position. And, you know.
Well, I don't blame Jimmy Dore, but I do think that there was a lot of those types of attitudes out there that were ridiculous. You know, I think that attitude that he was presenting was dumb. And
well, and the attitude that they're both equal because she's corrupt too was dumb.
Right, the false equivalency.
Yeah.
And I talked about that, and I did a video, you know, post-election where I'm kind of going through the people that voted for Trump and the people that chose not to vote for Hillary. but that didn't want to vote for Trump, you know, and really pointing out that, oh, this is the situation you have now, because yes, there was a stark choice here. It wasn't just the same old, well, it's this guy's a little better than that guy. This was a stark contrast. And I don't see how people missed it, you know, especially when you consider the Supreme Court issue, the environment, the environmental issues with, you know, not just climate change, but all the other environmental issues like with fracking and all that. So I don't see how the people that were not motivated for, I can understand you not being motivated to vote for Hillary based on the fact that, okay, in some sense, she's status quo. But in some sense, she's represents a corrupt style of politics. But you know, I don't see how you can not see that sort of stark contrast that was an existential aspect of the election.
Yeah, well, the funny thing to me was that Trump was admitting that he was a part of that. I paid for those things. I paid for her to come to my wedding.
Right.
And that's fine. I'm over it now. Because I did it, you know, because I made my ties in China, I am over it. You can trust me to not make my ties in China because I made my ties in China. It's like, listen, how that doesn't make any sense. Why would he he admitted he was establishment from the other side, paying $10,000 to $100,000 here and there to get out of a trial, to get somebody to your wedding, to, you know, be able to open a plant in Bangladesh to make your ties. You should make a law to make it illegal, Hillary. How believable is that shit? Not at all. I mean, I still don't get that, why people, you know, because that's the weird thing about Trump is he was almost open about all that stuff. I mean, like at the debate where he's like, Hillary's like, you probably don't pay any taxes. He's like, that makes me smart, bitch. And people are like, yeah, that makes me pretty smart.
Well, yeah, I mean, how do you defend that? I mean, how do these people defend their missing all these key points like that, you know? And that's
I tell you one thing, I've decided Trump isn't a super genius, but sort of lucky to live at the time where he's a part of his times, and people are just that stupid. People just think that way of like, yeah, why didn't you change the law if he isn't supposed to? There's nowhere else, like Kellyanne Conway or whatever was talking about at one point. I remember in the campaign, you know, it's like, well, there's nowhere else to. No, maybe it wasn't her. Maybe it was that brunette one. I forget her name. But there's nowhere else these days to make clothes. Really? LLB makes all their clothes in America. Are you sure there's nowhere Americans don't know how to make clothes anymore?
Yeah,
no,
that
he
makes no sense.
decided to cut out the American worker and and Hillary couldn't even take advantage of that. I'll tell you one thing that's true. Hillary deserved to lose. It fucks us all over, but I think we should all face, number one fact is,
well, I don't think so.
Hillary lost that motherfucker on her own. It's her fault.
I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, I can agree that the campaign made mistakes. I agree with that. But it's
go to Wisconsin, not go to Michigan. Everybody's complaining.
Those are mistakes that the campaign made, you can say in retrospect.
But it's not just retrospect. It's like at the time, Trump's making fun, and all of her followers, there's nobody shows up at her things. Well, because she's going to Mississippi. If she went to Michigan, she could get fill a Coliseum. She could get 30,000 people.
Well, they were looking at what the polls were saying, and the polls were telling them they didn't have to worry about those states.
That's the saddest part for me, because I kind of work in the data and big data becoming big, and I hate that they make big data look bad. They're like, we don't have to talk to people, we got data.
Well, who knows? Have they even? Are there any ideas floating around out there as to what exactly happened with the polls leading up to the election? I mean,
well,
obviously,
well, I think Gary was right in the sense that Democrats are always a few percent ahead of where they really perform.
But so why is that?
Yeah. You've got to think some
of
it is
the
on
case,
the pollsters.
Why can't they fix that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's got to be some of it on the pollsters, right? Because we know they have these weighting algorithms, who they sample, then they judge what kind of sample it was, and then they multiply by this and that. That must be off, right? So I think that
it's obviously biased.
I think the main thing, if I was to guess, I think the main thing is this likely voter. They don't know, because they're totally ignorant and can't keep track of why people are voting this election that didn't vote last election. So they don't really know who's going to turn out because it's this election and not the last one. They're always like, who turned out last 5 elections? Those are the people. And that's kind of true, but more and more in the modern world, no, it's not, because you get a Trump and it's like, well, he's been on TV for 14 years. He's got an audience. We don't really understand. People like me that didn't watch The Apprentice don't really understand how Trump has been portrayed for 12 years. We don't really get it.
That's what's weird is that show was on. How long was that show on? It was over a decade.
12 or 14 years, I thought.
That is crazy.
Somewhere in that range.
I watched it.
Did you ever watch it?
I watched it like once, maybe, I think.
Well, I watched it once to kind of check it out, and I don't really remember. But that doesn't...
I think it was Celebrity Apprentice I was watching. I don't even remember who was on there.
And that's not real representative in the sense that if you didn't watch it regularly, I mean... 1 or 2 shows. I mean, my impression was, well, this is stupid, and they were just leading up to this. He says, someone's fired, and I thought it was so bogus that it showed that he wasn't a real boss. This isn't his real company, but that's not what is conveyed to the people that watch it week after week. That's not how they think of it, obviously. So that's where I always missed the boat.
Part of it, yeah. That's where
I think that's a part of why he won, right? Like whatever was going, because
I saw that guy on TV and he was firing people and he knows what he's doing.
He was the mouth of authority in a show that went on and on for over a decade. That means the people that watch that show think of him as a legitimate, just like back in the day when they thought they thought Beaver's mom was a real woman. Like they thought all sitcoms were like reality TV. People were so ignorant, and there's still some of that going on. So they watch Trump and they actually got the idea that, well, that's right. He selected the person that didn't fuck up, just like I was going to do if I was him. Oh, he's smart. And that's it. That's actually a real thing. Those people voted for him, and I don't know whether it's 1 or 2%, but I think it could likely be. And that's all he won by in those 3 states that they might recount. Hillary would have to win all of them, and it's never happened. But the difference in the votes, that's never been recounted to overcome even 10,000 votes. I mean, our voting has more error in it than that, but before you get the paper ballot, once you get the paper ballot, they don't count those wrong. Too bad. 10,000, that's not likely to be overcome. She'd have to win all 3 of those states, and then she would win. So what's the real difference is the fact that she could have just campaigned there better. And would it have worked? I think if she would have gone to those states 5 or times each, she probably could have won, because my understanding is that if you have an event, people show up to it, You can get 10 or 20,000, even people just going like, hey, did you hear, my sister-in-law called me. She's going on right now and they're trying to get people. Okay, let's go. Those people will end up voting because it'll be like a celebrity, experience. And when voting day comes up, go like, yeah, I remember we saw her. And so I think she could have won that way. But maybe not, because she really is pro NAFTA. And if those guys in those states are smart, they hate her. But why they wouldn't hate Trump is what is so hard to understand. It's like, okay, he didn't fuck you over because he hasn't been in government. He didn't put in NAFTA, but he does make his ties in China.
Yeah. So he shares some of the burden of.
He should, but that's like it's half rational. The part where they hate Hillary is rational, though. That's the sad part. That's maybe why she lost. I mean, the part where they hate Hillary is rational. The part where they don't hate Trump is like, well, he's on TV.
Well, wait, it's rational because her husband signed NAFTA?
Yeah, but it's not just her. She is for this.
That was going to happen no matter who won that presidency, by the way.
Well, that's an interesting point, and I agree with you. But the fact is, this whole let's open the borders but not protect people with a safety net, that fucked people over. So ultimately, yes, I think that it's rational to hold that against her. What's not rational is to think that Trump isn't a part of that. He makes his ties and all his clothes and everything in China. He imports Polish workers to work at his Palm Springs hotel. He is a total internationalist, taking advantage of the pseudo, wage slave labor from around the world. So to let him off the hook is totally irrational. But to think that Clinton is a part of the system that created that and legitimized that actually is rational, right? So it's unfair because she's corrupt, but at the level that we currently is legal. That would be legitimate. What's not legitimate is to not compare her fairly with Trump, who is a part of the same system and has admitted it. He's admitted, I give money to everybody, and then when you call them, they answer your call. He said that, and
he
said a
lot of things that should have disqualified him.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't matter. He can say whatever he wants to say.
Yep.
It's the cult of personality gone amok. Is just this insane.
I've never thought of him as other than a buffoon and an entertainer who happened to be rich. That's how he got his celebrity. But, it's just celebrity like Bieber or anybody else. And as a result, I entirely missed the fact that there's people that take him seriously.
Yes, because it's so hard to believe.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe. I remember when the whole thing first started getting going, and I was laughing at people that were like, sharing his little things on Facebook, and I was just like, oh, ha, ha, you foolish person, you.
Yeah.
Why would you ever think that guy was going to do anything? Boy, was I wrong.
Well, it was the same with me, except for I have to say that it was pretty early on that I thought he could win, because the Republicans that they're running are so bad. They're either psychotics or, they're low energy and as boring as could be.
But yeah,
I thought you could do it. You got to watch out, like Michael Moore. But still, I have to admit, I didn't think it was. I didn't think it could happen until at least 2/3 or 3/4 of the way through, when he had taken out all these guys with these 1-word, 2-word insults, and then it was like, okay, watch out. But nobody really believed it. And then when he won, nobody really believed he could beat Hillary. What really worried me was the way the polls were going: 10% plus, 5% minus, 8% plus. That just so much noise, that it would, because I can't remember ever the polls going more week by week changing more than a 2 or 3%. To change by 9 or 10% shows you it's random. People are crazy. Okay, who wins between batshit crazy and legal but corrupt? Batshit crazy, probably. So, yeah, I didn't call it though. I went into that night thinking Hillary would win for sure. I'll totally admit that.
I was just hoping. I didn't really think she would win or think he would win. I was just really, I didn't have an anchor point at all on how to make any sort of prediction, and I was just hoping that all the people that were saying, well, it's going to be a landslide, Hillary's going to win, and I was hoping they were right, and I probably would have betted on them, just because I trusted their viewpoint. But,
I thought she would win. And I went in thinking that. On the other hand, it was early in the night where I was like, holy shit, no, let's get out of this hole. And it was when Rubio won Florida. And then shortly thereafter, Florida went for Trump. And I'm like, okay, we're fucked. And then the whole rest of the night was like a nightmare where it's like, one by one, it was like, oh, these key things, these key swingers are they're just falling wrong. And
well, yeah, I mean, it was primarily Wisconsin and Pennsylvania.
And Michigan. The three they want to recount turn out, I think, to be the last stand where it was lost. But it was also just lost in Florida. I mean, if she would have won Florida, then fuck the rest of them. It was so close, really. That it was just ridiculous.
Well, I think if she had won Florida, well, looking back,
I think that alone was enough. I'm not sure. She might have needed one of those other three, but the Florida thing was the hugest one, because at Florida it became like, well, what about her firewall? Yeah, right.
Yeah, I wasn't too surprised
people,
that
they love Clintons.
I thought that was the Florida was probably the toss-up, and I kind of was thinking that would be the pivotal point of the election, but it really wasn't.
Yeah. Well, okay, you're saying it wasn't. That's the way the math turned out. But when I saw early on, Florida should have gone at least. I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised if it went for Trump late in the night. But to go that early was a very bad sign. And so I would say that in a I don't know. As soon as I saw that fall so quickly, I thought, okay, this is a problem.
Yeah, it started tipping towards his way.
Granted, it was the Rust Belt, really. It was the NAFTA belt. And, you got to give, I'm not willing to admit Trump is smart, but he's not like an idiot, like he's got no gimmicks or anything. And I think, him talking about NAFTA and tying that to the Clintons, and even though it was Bill Clinton, she was on board and has voted for other trade agreements. That's sort of a fair accusation. I think that was smart. You think these people up there are stupid? They know when the fucking auto part factory closed. They're not that idiotic.
Right.
So and that resonated with them, and they're like, well, fuck her. He's right. And I think he's an ass as he wants to grab a pussy, but whatever. Fuck the government. Throw a wrench in. He mentioned NAFTA. I remember that fucked over my dad, and that's why I never got a job.
And again, though, we still don't really know if that. I'm sure that was enough to get certain voters, but we still don't really know what exactly from the primary standpoint, from the major standpoint, what caused voters to vote for Trump. We can say that was a big issue.
I think the main thing, my guess, we don't know, you're right, but I want to guess. I think it was mostly dissatisfaction, and I would say racially it's more unease with immigrants and stuff than like outright.
And what about misogyny? I mean, it could, hey, I don't want a woman to be president.
I think it's more not wanting to be called a rapist than it is wanting to be a raper and get away with it. I think I'm willing to cut some benefit of the doubt on most of those reasons, that in the populace, there's a grain of salt, but they're acting out in an inappropriate way by electing Trump. You know what I mean? So I think it's not the right thing that they've done that as a result of this other thing, but that the other thing is, I don't know. I think a lot of I like people that don't think they should have to bake wedding cakes for gays. They're gonna die off. They're not really. They're probably, you know what I mean. It's not that big of a deal. They're probably a little bit assholes, but you know what I mean. They're not the guys. They're gonna go drag gays behind their truck until they
Well,
rip
yeah, but
apart.
those people have no leg to stand on anyway in this election.
Yeah.
And from a moral standpoint, I mean, they're trying to, I'm standing up for my family values and morals and values, but I just voted for Trump.
I know. What the fuck?
That makes no sense.
You know what? My mother-in-law, I hate to even say it, but you don't know who she is. She's a lovely, sweet Catholic lady. She came up when her reaction to the Pussygate thing was eventually it was like she couldn't face it. So she came back with this thing of she read that video and audio was, it was hacked. It was photoshopped, audio shopped, and pieced together. And it's like,
but he admitted it.
Exactly. He fucking admitted it. You think, what? So he admitted it.
He came on TV and said that he was sorry.
By the way, she came up with this theory after he admitted it from something she had read after he admitted it. It's like, so that's a series of delusions. And if you want to know the real reason she voted for him, it's because she just can't stand murdering all these babies. She's Catholic and against abortion, and fuck it all. I don't care if we murder people in Iraq. We got to stop murdering these babies in America. Babies in Iraq, collateral damage, let them deal with it. But, and so it's like this really weird, irrational thing.
Are you convinced that's the real reason, or is that?
No, that's the real reason for her. But then again, it's not real, right? Like, is he really gonna stop that? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe in some states.
Well, I guess maybe I agree.
Right? Is it real? It is her real thinking, but I also think it's delusional. It's like, I'm so panicked about this. Keep the babies from getting murdered that I don't care about if Iranians or Afghanis get murdered, or people in Yemen get murdered, or people in Syria get murdered. It's really, so it's irrational because there's a lot of people getting murdered. So I'm sorry, you have to use more than one criteria for your vote. But it goes to the level where when she hears something she can't stand, she doesn't want to hear about pussy grabbing. She doesn't want to have to defend that kind of comment. So she's like, oh, it's probably faked.
Yeah.
That's
I don't know how she hangs on to that, though.
Yeah, me neither. Because it's not like she's uneducated or unworld aware or anything else. It's just,
I'm guessing you had like a Thanksgiving family thing. I'm guessing it sounded like you were talking maybe about people you had to have conversations with.
Yeah, but no, it's people that I talk to. I love my family. I have an uncle who was kind of a mentor to me back in the day. He was always pro-Trump.
Well, yeah,
before Trump was running, and that's
you're
weird.
way nicer than I am, and so I was fortunate enough in my family gathering to avoid political conversations.
We did. I didn't bring it up right away, but we did end up getting into the conversation. I mean, it started to get heated where I was like, they were saying something about Hillary, and I'm like, yeah, prove it. And then I walked outside and smoked a cigarette. Timing. One of the good reasons to be addicted to cigarettes, I got to tell everybody. Your dramatic timing. I'm going to smoke a cigarette. You. Then you avoid. But no, we've been going over it, and they're nice people, so we can get it. But it's been very difficult. I mean, I have conservative relatives that I've always talked politics with. It's gotten more and more difficult during Obama, because he's a Leninist, he's a secret Stalinist, and martial law. By the way, I'm still hoping that it turns out to be true that he's going to declare martial law and declare himself president for life. Don't think it's probably going to happen. But I wish.
that would just, yeah, that would be.
That's what they've been telling me.
Yeah.
So, but no, so we managed to talk about it, but like, yeah, I have this uncle who was a mentor and I still love him and everything. We haven't really, for the last 8 months of the election, we couldn't talk. It's so like, there's nothing to talk about.
Right.
Maybe now that he's won, there's things to talk about, and it kind of broke out on Facebook, but it's sort of, look, that whole thing about don't tell me you don't understand why I'm worried he might hate Mexicans or be willing to throw them under the bus. He doesn't hate them. He loves them. They worked for him hard, but sorry, got to throw you under the bus. Equally bad, both of those. You can't tell me you don't understand why I'm worried about that. Yeah. Right. Or let's pretend I'm Mexican and now I'm worried about it. You can't pretend. You could tell me, no, he's not really going to do that. Great. Put me at rest. But, it is kind of time to call those guys on. Remember how you said he wasn't really going to grab everybody's pussy and make rape legal? Okay, stand behind that. And it's easy for them, right? They go, of course we're not going to make rape legal. It's not going to be okay to grab stranger women's pussies. That was just a thing. They should be on the block to say that because it's not that hard for them. I mean, what a low bar. It's like, hey, don't grab women's pussies. Don't make Muslim internment camps. You're going to look better than we expect. You know what I mean? How easy. They should be able to pass that bar. And then if they don't, then we really are in this early Nazi thing where, look, don't wait until the Nazis get total control, right? If there is Muslim internment camps, it's like, well, it's just Muslim immigrants, and we're having we're using one of those empty FEMA camps in, in Mississippi. It's time to, take it fucking serious. So I don't know if they'll actually go in that direction. The rhetoric implies, like, if other countries, when they have similar rhetoric, or like, this Filipino president now that's crazy, and he's been saying fuck Obama was one of the things and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Trump is a lot like that, and if it actually gets to that point, then we shouldn't be American exceptionalists. Like, it can't be that we've got a Mussolini or a Marcos or a Pinochet or something.
Right.
There's a point where we have to take that serious. I still, at this point, think it's far more likely that he's not a fascist. He just likes to play one on TV.
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. Because a lot of that totalitarian attitude is personality.
Same thing. It's the same thing as fascism, right? So that's where the line is. But the thing is, does Trump wants to be able to go to a party at the Playboy Mansion. Is more than 50% of the people, or even is more than 20% of the people, going to think he's a big asshole? Because that might make him want to, sell himself a little different, right? How popular does he want to be with everybody else, And in the rich community, obviously he doesn't care about you and me, but in the billionaire and celebrity community, does he want to be accepted at parties? That might be enough to hold him in from, Muslim internment camps.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have Muslim internment camps or anything, but...
Well, then that would be a good thing.
Yeah, I don't expect that's going to be accepted by the public. So they would have a hard time with that.
Well, that's another issue. The president can get away with things that aren't accepted by the public. CNN acts like it's accepted because the president said it's what we're going to do. And then it's not till 2, 3, 4, 8 years later, there's a big backlash, right? So a president, especially with this weird, publicity, PR, mind control thing of where people are like, I guess everybody else is okay with this. I don't like it. And they can get away with a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Whether the public likes it or not. depending on how it gets
well,
sold.
one thing that you brought forth there was about the media and CNN and all that, and they're already sort of normalizing the whole
They're
thing.
totally capitulating already, and they don't even know it.
Yeah, and they're just, hey, this is a new president, and let's give him a chance, and totally uncritical. All the criticism has gone out the window, you know. And what criticism they had was just over the...
And probably the Democratic Party is going to do the same thing. And I swear to God, if they do that, there's a couple ultimatums in my mind, but there's actually a lot I haven't stated in my mind where I'm going to abandon them for forever. I won't vote for...
No, I think they'll take... I don't think so. I think they'll take a very oppositional point of view, because that's really all they can do.
That's all they've got to do. And if they can't see that, then if they try to invent a fourth way capitulation with Trump, fuck them. If they can't see that right now the politics says fight him, obstruct him, do all of this, do gimmicks, you know, have a show, do a filibuster for fun, you know, you're not going to win, do that. If they can't see that that is in their benefit, then fuck them. I will never vote for them again. I'll wait till after I'm dead for a fourth party to run, because fuck them.
Well, you got Elizabeth Warren, you got Bernie, who's not really a Democrat.
They got to let those guys up front. You know, this Ellison guy, I'm not that impressed with him, but better than other options. But he's not that super liberal, I don't think. And this Tulsi Gabbard, you know Tulsi Gabbard?
Just superficially, yeah.
She's from Hawaii, and she's getting big props being a liberal. Now, this is a weird thing because, okay, I'm holding against her kind of her dad. So before she ever ran for office, I'm, you know, politically active in Hawaii. Her dad is basically a God hates fags Republican. Then he ran as a Democrat, and then he won as a Democrat, but he's basically a God hates fags Republican. And in Hawaii, you have to stand up at the side of the road. So like he was standing up at the side of the road is like, make homosexuality illegal. Okay, he didn't win, but then he won later when he switched to Democrat. Now she's a Democrat, and I always thought, is she really a Democrat or what? Then she turns out to be really good, and I do like her. You watch what she says, she seems liberal, but she's also anti-Islamic and kind of silent on homosexuality. So there's a weird thing, like Dennis Kucinich, oh, Mr. Liberal, but not so clear on feminist issues or abortion and stuff. It's like we got a lot of weird liberals sometimes are the only people crazy enough to try to run. So Tulsi Gabbard, I don't know. She seems great when you watch her. I hate to hold against her family, but her dad was totally, and he's a senator, a state senator in Hawaii now. So, and then this Ellison guy, similar. He's got a lot of contributors that seem mainstream Democratic. Is he better than a Schumer or a Biden? Yeah, but that's a low bar. So these guys have to really act, and I'm all set that if they don't impress me, right, because I tend to have low standards. Like if they even try to impress me, I'll be like, oh, that's good. I'm trying to be harder core than that. And because I'm ready to just, we can lose. At this point, I'm 50 years old. I've watched these guys lose and just win every once in a while they lose the Congress and lose. So fuck it. If I was to invest in a third party and they're not going to win for 40 years, it's not like the Democrats have really won in 40 years. So I'm ready to make that trade. The main thing is if Obama, I don't think this is going to happen. I think there's like 0.1 chance of this. But just taking it seriously for a second, if Obama preemptively pardons Clinton for whatever, you know, like that's it. I'm definitely never going to vote for them if they will preempt, because the Republicans did shit like that in Iran-Contra, and it's like, no, I'll vote for a loser party the rest of my life.
Well, do you think that's going to happen? What are the chances that's going to happen?
I don't think that's on the table at all, but they're talking about it a lot, and who knows? Sometimes they talk about these things, and it turns out it's like, yeah, it's because they were floating the idea because Obama was thinking of keeping a Hillary out of jail. But really, fuck that. Hillary won't go to prison anyway. She could do a trial. Her corruption is legal. You could see from their emails, her daughter's all like, are we skating the line well enough? They are. Let her get off that way. If they actually partner in advance, it just proves that they know it's corrupt, even though it's legal.
Well, I'm curious. I didn't read that. What did Chelsea say that they were skating the line?
A bunch of those WikiLeaks emails were like her arguing with other people in the campaign about, hey, you can't get him a meeting with Obama because it won't look good. Hey, this person gave this much to the foundation. If you do this, you know, it might look a little. And then other people are like, well, I don't know if it looks it. I don't know, but he has another reason. And it was basically all quite legit.
But that's not legal stuff.
Well, I'm just saying they're concerned about that line. The line is kept blurry. And rather than just using that blur,
that was the DNC shit. I mean, that
well,
has
here's
nothing
the thing
to do
with the W.
corruption and politics.
With W, what did we have? Preemptive war where we gave no bid contracts to the company that had just been run by the vice president.
Right. That's corruption and politics.
With the Hillary emails, what we find is people saying, oh, I talked to a guy who might get a meeting with Obama. Is that okay? You know, I mean, it's like they're trying to toe the line in a world where people get speaking fees and shit.
But that's not even toeing the line on, you know, that's not even toeing the line on legalities or even morality or anything like that. That's maybe ethical, I guess, but.
Well, no, what I'm saying is there's a legal kind of corruption where the people worry about, are we following the letter of the law? Fuck the intent.
But God damn it, I just don't. I don't see that as the same type of corruption when you're talking about invading a fucking country, taking it over, killing tens of thousands of people.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the one kind of corruption is totally different from the other.
But I know you're making that point. Like but in my mind, it's not even worth talking about. It's like, this is like, you don't even need to point it out. It's not even corruption compared to that. It's just, that's such a different level.
Right. You're right. You and I agree. But then I guess here's why I'm a little bit obsessed with it, is because that is why Hillary lost. People to a certain degree have figured out about the legal corruption, decided it was wrong, voted for what? The other thing, which is the other side of the same legal corruption, the guy that's been giving $100,000.
I just wonder if the outcome would have been different if those WikiLeaks emails about the DNC were never found, you know, if that would never come out.
Yeah. You know what I think bigger than that is the Comey thing, where he's going like, we're opening the investigation, everybody, again 9 days before the election.
Well, that seems to be obvious, because
and what pisses me off
about
that,
she had a 12-point lead
just
days before that, and then it crashed.
What pisses me off about that is that the conservatives act like Obama was this communist and won't cooperate with them. He's so divisive. Meanwhile, just like Bill Clinton, he's appointing Republicans to run the FBI, right? Which is pretty fucking conciliatory, right? Yeah. And then instead of thank him, they're like, thanks for doing that. We're going to have our Republican buddy fuck up the election of the next Democrat. And by the way, we're going to act the whole time like you never cooperate with us.
Well, maybe they had something on Comey, though. You know, maybe somebody had something on him.
Well,
because it didn't make a lot of sense.
Comey worked in Giuliani's office. Comey is a Republican, granted.
Well, you know, Giuliani's the one that came out before all that. Yep, we're going to come out with something. You just wait and see. Yeah. And something's going to happen.
That's not a coincidence, because he knows those guys, and it's the same thing with Tennant. They wanted to hire Colin Powell. They love to reach out to Republicans, which would be actually admirable if the Republicans had the decency to appreciate it.
Yeah.
But instead they act like, what do you mean? Our moderates, we hate them too. So if Trump put some moderates in, that'd be a positive thing. Like that woman that's going to be, what is she, UN representative? That one woman that
Nikki Haley.
Yeah, was that
Right.
UN ambassador? That's good. On the other hand, UN ambassador, suck me off. That means shit compared to, attorney general who's going to attack legal marijuana and the rest of
Yeah,
these.
the attorney general is that's a trap.
On the other hand, Secretary of State is important, and if they do put Romney in there, it makes me cry to say so, but that would be great because
everyone, all the liberals are going, "Oh, what a relief! We're putting Romney in there."
Well, because as Secretary of State, it would tell the other countries that we don't actually want to rape you.
We haven't totally lost our fucking
we are gonna tie your dogs to the top of our car, but but we're not gonna rape you particularly in person. So at this point, that would be a good sign that I think other countries would take as a positive, and he is a fairly easy guy to talk to. He's not like cussing your face out, so I can imagine. Okay, diplomat. But what a fucking sad kind of consolation prize, right? that we would be thanking our lucky stars for that.
Yeah, that's the sad state of affairs we're in right now.
The thing is, I've always thought about fascists and reactionaries and even liberal reactionaries, when that rare case of that could happen, is that they do burn out really quick. Like everybody talks about what a nightmare the Nazis were. But I mean, a political movement that does, it kills millions of people, but it also burns out in like 6 or 8 years. So I think there's a very good chance that our Bannons and our Eric and Donald Juniors and maybe even Ivanka, that they're going to all overstep the bounds really quickly in the kind of way that even history doesn't ignore, And
well, they certainly seem arrogant enough to.
Yeah, they don't really understand. Like, okay, here's the thing. Trump says it's rigged, and he believes that, and now he's the president, the person it's rigged for. So I do believe Trump thinks he's above the law, and there's a certain amount of pressing the law that you can get away with. And it's true the president can do that, but I have a feeling, it seems like from his history, that Trump will push it even further, because you got all these journalists, you got foreign, Interpol, you got enemies in the FBI and your own party, people that will pursue this stuff. I think he's probably going to overstep the bounds. If not him, or even if, let's say, he oversteps the bounds, but as president, he can get away with it, 5 times past the bounds. I don't think Eric Trump, Donald Jr., and everybody else, Bannon, I don't think they're going to avoid it. I mean, for one thing, Trump is very likely that his foundation is totally in violation of the law and has admitted it without knowing it because of this self-dealing and stuff.
Well, maybe we can get some moles in there, some secret agents.
Well, that's the other thing.
Trump watch thing, and
the White House has like 2,000 employees, and then he's got thousands of other people that get hired. It's impossible not to have moles. It's impossible not to have some graduate from Georgetown that happens not to be as conservative as he looks.
Yeah.
So the problem is, though, sometimes their stories don't come out for 15 years, and I'm really hoping for one that comes out while he's in power.
Yeah, in this day and age.
Exactly. Plus, we got a Twitter president. How could it not come out on Twitter?
Yeah. So, and you could just do it through Wiki.
And if it doesn't,
the guy could like be totally claim total innocence, but you could just do it through WikiLeaks.
Dude, if you were like me and know that he's got these guilty emails out there, and you don't think that the Russians are total idiots, and they fed this WikiLeaks stuff to the WikiLeaks, you think they don't got their stuff on Trump also? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
how he could be a puppet. Now,
Yeah,
at what
exactly.
point does he not believe he's a puppet and then they put the stuff out versus what point do they just keep him as a puppet? Hard to call. Because I don't think Trump is Mr. Bravado like when the KGB has blackmails you, you act like, I don't care. I think he's like, oh, okay, in that case, I do care.
Well, so far, I mean, we'll have to
more
see
likely
how
it would be the puppet.
we'll have to see how his persona is as president. But if you look at his persona so far as president elect, it doesn't look anything like the guy that was ranting and raving during the campaign. You know.
Well, that's the thing that is true is I don't think he is any worse than any of the other Republicans, the kind of people they'd put in. Now, they might put softer or harder ones, but I'm telling you, we'd get this College of the Americas stuff from any of them. At least that's my experience in my actual lifetime. So, in a way, he's more of a Rockefeller liberal Republican in his whole life, not how he ran his campaign like a fascist. But in his whole life, he's more, oh, torture doesn't work. That is more his line of reasoning. So I don't think we'll necessarily get that out of him, but I don't think he's any more xenophobic or nationalistic or militaristic than any of the other Democrats or Republicans we were having. Even the Bush. Because in the end, you get a Bush as the front man, and they still put in Casper Weinbergers and Dick Cheneys, and they put in all the same fucking flour and candy fascists. So yeah. I don't think we're worse off. Are we better off? I'm not. I don't know, man. Bet we are.
I think we are worse off in a way.
I think where we're worse off is his rhetoric is going to foment citizens to fucking shoot other citizens, and then they've got us fighting each other, and that's the worst thing that can happen for us because that benefits the people with money that can protect themselves, be in society, be in neighborhoods where it's not happening. So I mean, I think that's where we're worse
shooting
off.
Each other all over.
But in terms of which trade deals are going to be signed, or what the military budget is, or whether we keep torture prisons going, or any of that shit, he can't be worse than any of the Republicans in the sense that they would all do that, right? They would all keep the surveillance state and demonize and build up troops in Iraq or whatever.
You can make you can make certain compartmentalized arguments in that sense, but in the overall arching aspect of things, I think we're way worse off with.
Well, we're worse off because chaos and crisis is a place where warlords benefit. So the crisis and the chaos that he's bringing makes us worse off. So that's where I think we're worse off. In terms of policies, his whole non-committal, who knows what policies, probably make that.
Well, you say non-committal. I mean,
if we had Ted,
you're just saying that because he's so.
If we had Ted Cruz, I think if we had Ted Cruz, the conservative, Paul Ryan plan would be full steam. With Trump, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. So it's about like any Republican, is basically what I'm saying. However, we're significantly worse off because it's not just those guys. He has pissed off the liberal side so much that the liberals could keep burning and looting shit for 4 years, which would only hurt us, right? And that could happen because of the chaos. So I think because chaos and crisis basically helps these police state fascist types, right? Because they have all the more reason to go, look, there's rioting in this black neighborhood, therefore we have to profile blacks. It helps.
Well, yeah, I mean, this
and Trump definitely helps them.
Trump
in that
could
way.
Be more potential to bring about the National Guard to hose people down and all that stuff.
Right.
So
yeah.
That's I agree. The civil aspect is pretty scary.
So, what he'll do on various, will he start a war with China or something? I doubt it.
Trade war?
If anything, he'll be softer on that.
Trade war or war?
I think trade war wise, either
he
one.
could start a trade
Either
war
one.
with China.
I think trade war or war. I think what's going to happen is he's going to do one of these no children left behind, like China, you lose is going to be the name
so
of the
he's
law.
not going to do
It'll be.
45. He's not going to try to implement a 45% tariff.
That would be so. I would be so surprised if he got away with that.
But that's what he got elected on.
I know, but I think it's going to be more likely like China, you lose. There's a 35% tariff, and the tariff turns out to be 35% unless you say Trump's a good guy. Then it's only a 2% tax. And hey, China, you're welcome. Well, I think it's going to be like no child left behind. It'll be like no China products where we import China products. You know, I think he will not cut that off. I think he knows that that's a manufacturing base for America. And right now, if you cut that off, you'd hurt the American economy. So it's more immediately effective to go ahead and let that happen and let everybody buy cheap stuff at Walmart.
His whole campaign was based on the fact that it would help the American economy.
Well, that's okay. That's a question I think I was asking this maybe before you're here, but at what point do his supporters say that he doesn't, that he's violated their bottom line?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah. How many things does he back away from before it could be something where it's, it's a cumulative effect, or there could be just some line in the sand, one policy deal. I don't know. But certainly, I mean, if it is a cumulative effect, that's a big one. The whole trade issue.
So my wife says there's just some sort of family emergency. And I think it's about time to go now that I'm distracted. So
yeah.
Are you about ready? All right. Thanks for hanging out, though. I've really enjoyed the conversation with you. Very rarely that we.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we usually don't have too much one-on-one that lasts for very long. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to go take care of the family emergency and then go to bed in about an hour.
Okay.
All right. Take it easy. All right. Nice talking to you, Infinity. Take it easy.
Bye. Bye.